Hello and welcome to the U.S. Center, our first event of the day. Fast action mitigation to slow warming in this decisive decade will start in just a couple minutes, so please take your seats. Again, the first event here of the day at the U.S. Center, fast action mitigation to slow warming in this decisive decade will start in just a couple minutes. Please take your seats. Once again, thank you for coming to the U.S. Center. Just a reminder, food and drink is not allowed here in the U.S. Center. So just a reminder, no food and drink in the U.S. Center. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the U.S. Center, and welcome to the event Fast Action Mitigation to Slow Warming in this Decisive Decade. We're very pleased and honored to introduce Ani Dasgupta, CEO of the World Resources Institute, as our moderator for this discussion.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ani Dasgupta from WRI, and you made it. You got dressed. You're here first thing in the morning, so the hardest thing of the day is done. Seriously. First of all, thank you very much for being here. Today is Decarbonization Day. Did you know that? And, you know, when we talk about Decarbonization Day, everyone thinks about CO2. So today, actually, we are not going to talk about CO2. The reason we are here is because there's another pollutant. So excited. Methane, which is actually much, much more dangerous for global warming. Actually, about 80 times more. So the point for us to keep within 1.5 degrees, we have to absolutely figure out how to limit or reduce methane in the atmosphere. So this is the reason we are here. This is the fastest way for us to actually get global warming in check and focus our attention to this topic. The good news, there is good news here. The good news is that 125 countries last year agreed to a methane pledge. I think now it's 130 countries that agreed to reduce methane emission in the atmosphere by 30%, which is a very good news. Now what we have to do is to take that political capital, increase it, but make sure that's happening, that there's money there, that there's a solution there, the technology is there to actually get these pledges to outcomes. So that is what it's about. The second good news is we actually have solutions. This is not that we have to reinvent things. We know what needs to be done in agriculture, on animals, on oil and natural gas. So it is not a sector where solutions don't exist. We actually have a panel of experts here, starting from scientists and activists, so which I'll introduce, which will share with you what can be done at every level on solutions. So our job is to create this momentum, take the political momentum that started in last COP, actually turn this commitment to outcome. So this is what we're going to do. We are very, very happy for our host here, the U.S. Center, but this has been organized together with WRI and the Institute for Governance and Sustainable Development. I want to start with Gabriela Dreyfus, Dr. Gabriela Dreyfus, our scientist here. To start, Gabby, get us the right path in the science. So we need to have the science in place before we can have a discussion about what to do. So if I can ask you to do that first, can we all sit here and see? Yeah, you do that first, come over here, and then we'll start the panel.
Good morning. I hope everyone had a chance to get their coffee because we're going to hit the science hard. All right, can we get the science slides, please? So thank you for the introduction, Gabby Dreyfus, Gabrielle. I'm the other Gabby, if you know Gabby Levy by any chance. She's over there. I'm the chief scientist with the Institute for Governance and Sustainable Development. Are we good to go? There we go. There's me. That's Rick. He's coming later. Stay tuned. All right, let's hit the science. I got it now? All right. So, why are we here? That's actually a deeper question that science can't answer. But the world is warming. And this is a figure from the second IPCC Working Group 2, so the Adaptation and Vulnerability Report. And there's a lot of data on it, but what it's really telling us is that we are facing not one, but two climate catastrophes at the same time. Crises. Sorry. We do have people, it's actually useful to have people in front of the slides because people is what matters here. We like to show a lot of graphs, but what this is showing us is that the world is warming. We're already around 1.1, 1.2 Celsius above pre-industrial. We are very likely to cross 1.5 C in the early 2030s. That's what these curves here are showing, the dotted lines. And if you take that horizontal dotted line at 1.5 across those what are called burning embers diagrams, Those scientists are very creative, called those reasons for concern. And you can see that already at 1.5, we're in the yellow to red zones across the 5 reasons for concerns. The closest one is extreme weather and unique and threatened systems. The second one is extreme weather. If you listen to the news, you will be aware that climate impacts are happening today. When I was learning about climate science in grad school a while ago, climate change was something that was going to happen in the future. In the last 10 years, climate attribution science has really shown us that the impacts and the severe impacts that we're experiencing today are already due to climate change. And this means that we need to slow warming today, because the severity of those impacts is only going to increase with every fraction of a degree of additional warming. And if you go all the way to that right reason for concern, that is irreversible tipping points in the climate system that we know, and there's a paper that came out at the beginning of September that assessed about 200 papers of literature. There are systems, so my background is a paleoclimate, so I study how the climate changed in the past. We know that the Earth's climate has changed in the past. We were not there for the big changes as civilization, and there are irreversible tipping points in the climate system that we may start to trigger beyond 1.5. And so this is why we need to slow warming today. So this is a paper that we wrote. I was one of the lead author on, and that came out in the Proceedings of the National Academies in May. And what it tells you is that, yes, we need to decarbonize. That is the orange curve. Focusing only on CO2, phasing out fossil fuels as a singular focus, while essential to stabilizing climate in the long term, because carbon dioxide has a long life, it is a slow carbon cycle, we're talking geological timescales, and when you burn fossil fuels that contain sulfur, you actually co-emit reflective aerosols. So as you turn off those CO2 sources, you do turn off CO2, yes, but you also turn off those reflective aerosols. And those reflective aerosols are currently masking about half a degree. And so if you only do decarbonization, you actually increase the rate of warming. So on the left, so this is for the scientists among you, the left graph is temperature, the right graph is the rate of change of warming. And that orange graph, the orange line on the right side, you actually see it increasing. So the rate of warming actually increases in the near term if you only decarbonize. And the way to turn that curve, to slow warming faster, the only way to do that through mitigation solutions is by also intentionally targeting methane and other short-lived climate pollutants that are super potent in terms of far more effective at trapping heat than CO2, and shorter lifetimes. Meaning, if we start cutting methane today, we can start to see the impacts within this decade. So it's Decarbonization Day, but we're here to say it's decarbonization and that we need to do to keep 1.5 alive. So this is a graph from the IPCC Working Group 1 report that came out August of 2021. What it's doing is turning the individual contributions of all these climate forcers into the temperature contribution since the pre-industrial. CO2, do I have a pointer on this thing? Does that? Anyway, CO2 is about 0.7, 0.8 degrees C. But what I have in the orange boxes are those short-lived climate pollutants. And when you add those up, you actually have about half of the positive warming contribution that we are experiencing today is from these short-lived climate pollutants. Methane is about 0.5 degrees. The net warming, like I said, 1.1. So yes, it might be short-lived, but if you keep emitting a short-lived climate pollutant that is super potent, it's going to heat things up. And then, so that shows that there, and then nitrous oxide, don't want to forget nitrous oxide, not short-lived, but also super potent. Actually, one more point on this slide before I move on. When you cut these short-lived climate pollutants in the near term, you actually get 4 times more of the avoided warming by 2050 than CO2 alone. Again, this is not an either-or. This is a both-and solution, because we got to stay alive, keep 1.5 alive, so that we can do the marathon to decarbonize. Again, this is from the recent Climate and Clean Air Coalition Global Methane Assessment Baseline Report came out just a week or two ago. Highly recommend you check out this report because we need to know where we're going. And what this report is looking at is what the potential is. These figures are showing the potential from the combination of decarbonization and targeted methane mitigation. The figure on the left, that black line, decarbonization alone, warming in the near term, but you turn the corner. You gotta decarbonize. If you pair it with a short-lived climate pollutants, in particular methane, you see you bring down that near-term warming, and you actually get 2 times the near-term benefit. The figure on the right, yes, decarbonization, guess what? Methane is a major component of natural gas. You will get some methane abatement if you decarbonize, but only a third of what the potential is. You got to do both. The figure on the right side is showing you if you target methane intentionally, what you can get. And it's significant. Again, you got about 0.2, 0.3 avoided warming potential by 2050. So what is our trajectory absent that intentional focus on methane and other short-lived climate pollutants? The black line here shows this baseline assessment. Based on existing policies and trends, we are actually set to add 13% more methane. That's just anthropogenic methane. I'm not even talking about natural feedbacks. Unless we, again, I'm going to use the word intentionally. So this will not happen by itself. A lot of people like to point to IPCC scenarios for keeping 1.5, which says you got to decarbonize, you got to cut the short-lived pollutants, and you got to pull carbon out of the atmosphere. Well, those things don't happen by themselves. That's why we're here. You know, we humans, actors, we got to make choices. So baseline emissions, if we do nothing, methane actually goes up. Blue line is constant, just for reference. Green line is what we want with the Global Methane Pledge. GMP, Global Methane Pledge, 30% reduction relative to 2020. How do we get there? Marcella's going to tell us more about the specifics of this, and my panelists are the solutionists. But the way we get that 150 million tons of methane to reach our target is we have to cut emissions from agriculture, waste, and fossil fuels. Those are the major sectors that contribute to methane emissions. And fossil fuels here, while it is about total human methane emissions, agriculture and fossil fuels are similar in magnitude, but fossil fuels has the biggest potential. There is there's a lot of methane that is leaked and wasted in the fossil fuel sector unnecessarily, and we can tackle that first, and a lot of that is low-cost options. So at least half of the control measures that have been identified, again, Ani started by saying we have solutions, essentially pay for themselves or come very close. All right, more graphs. I told you I was a scientist. More figures. So this is another of a short-lived climate pollutants. We've been talking a lot about methane, but hydrofluorocarbons. This is what's in your car, your refrigerator, your air conditioning, and your heat pump. Love heat pumps. Come talk to me afterwards if you want to talk heat pumps. It runs on refrigerants, hydrofluorocarbons, and the blue big blob is what would have happened absent agreement by all countries in 2016 on the Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol on substances that deplete the ozone layer. There is an agreement. We're now on that orange curve if we do everything. So the left side is emissions, the right side is temperature. If you take anything away from this talk, emissions distinct from temperature because it depends what you're emitting. And so time, temperature, pollutant. Those are the 3 things I want you to take away from this. And what we have so we have essentially that 0.4, 0.5 degree avoided warming between the blue and the orange, thanks to the, pink, they updated it, to the Kigali Amendment. So we have success stories, right? We can do this. And we need to start tackling these sources of emissions. Back to methane. We, with satellites and other technologies, have a much better capability now to see methane. I don't know if anyone's seen methane before. Our eyes aren't good at seeing it. But with special measurement sensors, we're starting to see sources of methane like this. This is Turkmenistan. These are leaks mostly from the infrastructure around oil and gas extraction. This is taken from NASA's EMIT instrument, which is currently on the International Space Station. And so we start to see these things, get a wrench out. This is what we need to fix. And with that, hopefully took away time matters. We're facing two climate catastrophes. We need slow warming now. Methane and short-lived climate pollutants essential to slowing warming in the near term to keep us alive. So the way we like to say it is we are in a sprint to cut short-lived climate pollutants so we can slow warming now, so we can stay in the race for the marathon to decarbonize, to stay alive. Keep 1.5 alive. Thank you. And there we go. And I have not seen it yet.
Thank you so much. It's working, right? You can hear us? Oh, okay. Thank you so much for Gabby. It's fantastic work and presentation. Three things I want to highlight from what Gabby said. One, the science of this couldn't be better. So if anyone tells you, oh my God, we can't see it, we don't know what to do. No, we actually know how to measure it. We know what to do. And that is because of terrific work like scientists like Gabby over years to get us to that. To get to those simple charts, it took years of work to get there. The second thing I've noticed in my team at least, people who work on this, especially methane, they think everyone else is working on CO2 are crazy. That this is the only thing you should be working on. So they're a little bit a crazy group, but it's good. You heard that from Gabby already. And the third thing is that we actually now have to craft solutions based on the science. And the three sectors, it's clear which three sectors we need to work on. Each one has solution, but each one has very difficult political climate. So the question is now, what do we do about it? The best person, at least the most accountable person, what to do about it, is Marcelo. Marcelo Mena is the CEO of Global Methane Hub, is the first initiative, first institution of its kind to assemble funds and fund the right things. Marcelo was a minister before, so he knows how to manage the politics. Marcelo, it would be very good if you share with us, because a lot of people might not know what Methane Hub does, right? What do you do? But what is your priority first? How are you converting this fantastic science to actual action on the ground? Marcelo.
Thank you very much. So first off, when the Methane Pledge was launched, it was really important that the philanthropy came in to highlight that we could actually work together. And so one of the first things that we did was to help the Climate and Cleaner Coalition support roughly 30 countries in having methane mitigation plans. But also, we don't really care if you're in the Methane Pledge or not. As long as you're willing to reduce emissions, we are there to support. So, for example, China will likely unveil a methane mitigation plan quite soon. And we're working with around 8 NGOs to help that be implemented. I think it's really important. Around 66% of emissions of methane today are in some sort of mitigation target already. So this is really important. But it is a developing country issue that we have to talk about. The things that we are excited about. Yes, it is cost effective to reduce emissions in the energy sector, but it's not happening at the level that we want it to. And so while around 70% mitigation can be achieved at low cost or at negative cost, only 1% of all methane mitigation funding is dedicated to energy. It's just more profitable to extract more fossil fuels. And so therefore, regulations are key. And carbon pricing is key. So what is being achieved with the IRA, with the methane fee, will shift. Because maybe today it's more profitable to extract more oil than cap those leaks. But now you're going to have to pay a fee if you don't. So it's going to change the economics dramatically. And I think that's going to be a really powerful signal. The other thing that I think is going to be important is that this is the developing country issue. So therefore, in Africa, where 93% of all waste is managed on open dumps, we have an opportunity to cut across the bad solutions that we've had before, incineration, or even landfilling, and actually divert organic waste directly. Today, we know now that landfills are the biggest point sources of methane in the world. Argentina's landfill, 20 tons an hour, which accounts for around 5 million tons of CO2 equivalent per year. This is huge numbers that we could actually address now. Because as we know these leaks, we could actually come in, intervene, cap them, and reduce them around 90%. So just looking at those big landfills, it's a real great opportunity. And as I've met mayors of different C40 cities, they see the opportunity because those are ticking time bombs. They're going to catch fire eventually. So to them, reducing that will prevent odors that and impacted communities locally, but also reducing that risk. Finally, issues like food banking. You know, there's been a food banking world around for many years for multiple reasons, but they've never accounted for what that means for methane mitigation. So now we're also working and linking and supporting governments so they could have food banking regulations so organic waste is diverted either through composting or through other means. Finally, we need solutions in the agricultural space. There are some that are coming on, but only applicable to 2% of production systems, and we could actually work on this, starting with the dairy sector with methane inhibitors. But also we can't discount the fact that one of the most cost-effective way to reduce emissions in the food system is actually healthy diets. 30% mitigation according to a Changing Markets report in the European. If people just ate what the doctor orders, that's it. You don't have to get political about anything, culture about anything, just eat healthy. And that will also reduce emissions. I just wanted to say I'm very happy that 30 minutes ago, the IMEO announced the methane alert response system, something that the State Department, the EU, and the Methane Hub and Bezos Fund have been putting together for many, many years, including EDF. And so it's going to be launched. We were able to come in with Bezos Earth Fund, and it's going to be online this next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for touching all the three sectors. I think that's very good. Can I ask you one thing? I think the waste in cities is one of the easiest thing that city mayors can do. I hope we can actually get that. Those solutions exist. You know, everyone has difficulty regulating methane in the oil and gas sector that you mentioned. I don't want to take a lot of time for others. Do you think that what IRA has on the fee, do you think is going to be effective? 1 minute. You can have 1 minute.
I think it will. And now we've got the IMF's attention. I was talking to Kristalina Georgieva recently. They see this as a really good tool. Trade and methane fees should be included. We need to have a club of those who leak less to have really benefit better operations. And I think a methane fee and incorporated to trade is something that will be very exciting. There's going to be a World Bank WTO session on November 21st, I believe, on this. So I think it is something that's really, you know, catching the eye of those who have been thinking about carbon pricing and trade. And I think it's going to be a great opportunity because it was unthinkable of the world, of the U.S. to have a carbon price a year ago, and it's on the table. So it changes a lot of things.
And it was very good to see also Ngozi's report on WTO mentioned this. So we are in the right path on this. Alice, let's go to you. Alice Reynolds is the president of California Utility Association. And you have a very big responsibility, but also a state that has done a lot to actually make progress on this. So 2 questions for you. So from the work that you're doing in California, what are the best chances of driving down reduction in emissions here? And also, given the political climate, what can states do as a state in a national context, like large states like California? Alice.
Great, thank you. And good morning, everyone. Really happy to be here, or I should say it's probably good evening for a lot of you, if like me, you feel like it's the middle of the night. So I am very happy to be talking about short-lived climate pollutants. It's something that we care a lot about in California, and you heard the reasons why. You saw the slides. Many of you, if you follow California climate policy, you may think about our cap and trade program, our vehicle emissions standards, moving towards eliminating the internal combustion engine. So generally, it's about all of our CO2 programs. But we also think a lot, and we have a lot of actions going on in methane. And really, to get it to the second point of your question, I think that one of the most important things that subnationals can do is work on the implementation piece. So if we have national targets, if we have treaties that we've entered into, it's really at the states where we're taking that ambition to action. And I'll talk a little bit about some of the things that California is doing, but to provide some context, as California moves to the 4th largest economy in the world, You may think about San Francisco or Los Angeles, some of our industrial facilities, our big cities, but you may not know that our largest industry in California is agriculture. And 75% of our methane emissions come from agriculture, waste, landfills, and forest management. And as you heard, the importance of methane reduction is critical to achieving our climate goals. So one thing that we did to start in California is we set a target. We have a specific target for short-lived climate pollutants, and that's a 40% reduction by 2030. And then in implementing that, we have two main drivers. We think about creating markets for biomethane and then reducing demand. On biomethane, it's something that we do at the Public Utilities Commission, and I should have started with it. At the Public Utilities Commission, we're the regulator for energy and really the primary driver for GHG reductions in the energy sector. And so we do both work on electricity, of course, but also natural gas. And so we started this year with a procurement target for biomethane, so that we're requiring all of our providers to procure to a certain target, and the target advances over time. We have a near-term target and a longer-term target. So we're really creating a market for those emissions that we know we have, the agriculture emissions, the waste sector emissions. And those are all increasing the GHG reduction, the methane, reducing carbon intensity of our natural gas system. Together with that, we're also working on decreasing demand. So it's really about shrinking the use as our natural gas becomes clean, less carbon intensive. And to do the demand reduction, it does take funding, and so in that sense we work very cooperatively with our federal government and take advantage of any federal incentive programs, but then also try to drive some of our state investments to demand reduction. Some of the ways that we do this, and then at the PUC, we're building the programs. So we create a program both so in the building sector, for example, new construction as well as for existing buildings, two different programs. In the new construction area, we have requirements and incentives for buildings with heat pumps, for water and space heating. And then we include a kicker for those, for HFCs, hydrofluorocarbons. So reducing those provides an extra incentive. So it's really about building the market for heat pumps and electrification through incentive programs. We also have a program for existing buildings. We focus on low-income disadvantaged communities so that we're making sure that we have an equity focus on those programs as we move forward in the transition. So I'll stop there. Those are some of the things that we're doing on implementation, and turn it back to you. Thank you.
Alice, first of all, congratulations to all of us, what you're doing in California and how you're moving the needle of actual practice. And I'm so intrigued myself. I come from work on cities, what you're doing for buildings and building efficiencies not other people are doing, so there's lots to learn from the California experience. So I might come back to you if I have time on the energy efficiency question. I want to go to Kirsten. Kirsten Patterson is the first director, I think, of Drawdown Lift. Kirsten, you work on this kind of a macro global issue, but you actually work on families, poverty, how to make sure families are doing well. I would love to hear from you how this discussion on methane actually connect. There's been so much discussion of just transition. How does it connect to families' like welfare getting better? How does the poverty work getting better on the ground? Kristen.
Thank you very much, and nice to be here today. Good morning, everyone. So yes, the Project Drawdown, where I work, actually has a table of the top solutions for climate change. You can find those at drawdown.org if you're not familiar with those. But as Ani said, I lead the Drawdown Lift program, which really focuses on climate solutions that generate clear benefits for improving human well-being, particularly in low and middle income countries in Africa and South Asia. And so there are a few solutions that we focus on that are very relevant to this discussion this morning. So I'd like to talk about a couple of those. So the first is clean cooking. So black carbon, which is a scientific term for soot, is the first solution that really comes to mind when thinking about equity, social equity, and justice in terms of short-term climate pollutions. And in Project Drawdown, we're thinking of clean cooking as one of a suite of emergency brake solutions that we can actually do, very quickly, that are also based in equity. So clean cooking is a very powerful climate solution that has tremendous benefits both for people and from an emissions standpoint, and it really advances gender equality for women and girls. And essentially, for those of you who aren't familiar with clean cooking, cooking and heating with biofuels, essentially wood or dung or crop residues, really exposes people who are doing that cooking, particularly women and young children who are around the fires, to health risks that accumulate across their life course. And so some of those risks include premature death due to respiratory and cardiovascular disease, and also burn injuries that really impact a lot of people around the world. More than 300,000 burns around the world occur due to unclean cooking. And essentially, our climate goals and our global development goals can't be met unless we address the crisis around clean cooking. 2.4 billion people in the world still are living without access to clean cooking. And that has an enormous economic impact as well. And one thing in particular that I think is relevant, for this conference is that across Africa, more than 93% of the rural population still doesn't have access to clean cooking. And it's actually increasing because of the rapid population growth that's occurring in many countries. Almost 20 million more people every year this decade are going to not have access to clean cooking, because the clean cooking initiatives are essentially failing to keep pace with population growth. And 6 of the countries in sub-Saharan Africa, the DRC, Madagascar, Mozambique, Niger, Tanzania, and Uganda, only 5% or less of the population has access yet to clean cooking. So that's a very important solution in terms of short term. A second solution, which Marcelo already talked about, is food loss and waste. And in the developing country context, it's really not food waste, it's food loss. Post-harvest, a lot of food is lost. 37% of food in Africa that's produced is lost due to poor storage post-harvest and or poor access to markets, and so food can't be sold in time before it's spoiled. And reducing food loss really would go a long way towards addressing food insecurity across the African continent. And finally, there are 2 solutions that were not included in our report but are really relevant globally, which are things that other speakers have touched on. But refrigerant management is one, and also alternative refrigerants. And so currently, but in the developing country context, when you think about it, currently only about 10% of households in South Asia and Africa have access to air conditioning. And as temperatures rise and urban heat islands increase, people will want and need and have every right to have access to air conditioning to maintain their health, to cool their homes, to keep their businesses going. And so it's very important to think about refrigerant management in terms of, the global increase in AC units over time. And one really often overlooked point is that refrigerant management, it's the disposal that is key, because most of the emissions occur at end of life, right? When you're getting rid of an AC unit, getting rid of a refrigerator. And so it's really important to focus on managing those emissions, and how do you capture those at the end of life. So those are 4 of the top solutions.
Fantastic. I really want to highlight your first solution, which is clean cooking. We always talk about in these halls, solutions with multiple benefits. There is nothing which has more benefits in different ways than clean cooking. In some of the households, the air quality is much worse than what it is outside because of what fuel that's been used. And the fact that you just said that we're not catching up, this is a solution that has so much social benefit besides actually global heat benefit. Thank you so much for sharing. I would like, is it 11 minutes I see in this? Is there 11 minutes left for the whole thing? All right, thank you so much. I would like to open up for question, but can I just, Gabby, Rick is here? I'll come to Rick in a minute. Gabby, can I just ask you the question Marcelo put in place of measurement? We can't do any of these things that we can't regulate, we can't get without measurements we can't manage with things we don't measure. There's a lot of progress taking place in measurement, Gabby. If you can bring us up to speed, including the work EDF and others are doing on precise measurement that is locational.
Yeah, so the good news is that we're starting to see the methane thanks to a suite of satellites and other airborne and other types of measurement sensors. And this includes the International Methane Emissions Observatory that Marcelo spoke about, which I think went operational this year and is intended to bring together all of these sources of methane information so that when those plumes, massive amounts of methane are emitted, satellites are good at seeing the massive amounts, they're less good at seeing the constant but low level sources that come from smaller landfills or agriculture. But for those really massive ones that shouldn't be happening, there really is no reason, especially from the oil and gas sector, for these massive plumes. This methane alert and response system, this MARS system that's coming online, is intended to allow that information to be quickly assessed and communicated to the responsible actors to do something about it. And I shouldn't speak for MEO here, but the intent is essentially accountability that, given a chance, because they should be monitoring, but this is now going to have eyes in the sky to alert responsible parties to maybe go get a wrench, figure out what went wrong, why is that emission happening, and fix it. And so that's a really important tool, arrow in the quiver, for starting to reduce this. But there are a lot of other sources, like the food waste, and it's actually linked to the refrigerant. You need a cold chain for that. There are all these other sources as well. So satellites, definitely shiny object, definitely important, but there's a lot more that needs to be done to complement that.
Thank you very much, Gabby. Rick, are you here? All right. Rick, you take the podium. That's the best way to do it.
All right.
So, Rick, first of all, this Rick Duke, Special Envoy, Deputy Special Envoy, U.S. State Department. The reason we wanted Rick to be here, U.S. has really taken a very positive, comprehensive approach to it, and we wanted Rick to share where we are and how you're driving this.
Thanks, Ani, and thanks everyone for paying attention to this crucial topic. And I'm just going to start with the metaphor that IGSD and WRI and others have really started to popularize and that we think is apt, and that is that, of course, we need to run the marathon to complete the global energy transition as quickly as we can. We have to do that if we're going to stabilize long-term climate. But we also have to be mindful that because of aerosol dynamics and other complexities, we don't get a lot of net cooling benefit out of that marathon until after 2050. It's decisive for later in the century, but it really is maybe 1/10 of a degree net benefit by 2050. So we have to run two races at once. We've got to also run a sprint dealing with fast mitigation. And fast mitigation is something we know how to do. We actually have had an incredible, really unique global success in addressing short-lived climate pollutants through the Montreal Protocol in the form of waves of regulations that have most recently culminated in the Kigali Amendment that I was proud to be a part of working for under the Obama-Biden administration. The set of outcomes that we have achieved together globally in the Montreal Protocol addressing F-gases have actually avoided over 2 degrees C by 2100. And most of those benefits are front-loaded because it's a short-lived, potent climate pollutant. And so with the Kigali Amendment, which I will also just note, we are proud to have just gotten through the U.S. Senate on a bipartisan basis, a political miracle, and we've just ratified, joining Brazil and a whole range of countries now. We've also just bumped up our budgets for implementing the Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol by about 60%, so that we can do more and more quickly on phasing down HFCs, on baking cooling efficiency into the transition past F-gases in air conditioning. And we invite other donor governments to step up and join us in what is an incredibly precious and efficient mechanism in the Montreal Protocol to get work done together. So on HFCs, we've done much of what needs to be done. There's more we can do, but there's much that has already been accomplished. So next up is methane. Methane that's already in the atmosphere is causing fully half a degree centigrade of today's 1.2 degrees of climate change. And there's no faster way to pump the brakes on climate change than to cut methane. At this point, having tackled HFCs and F-gases more broadly, we gotta tackle methane together. And we have to do it with maximum speed and purpose and creativity. And so I'm so grateful to Marcelo Mena and the $360 million in philanthropic support for grant support to take action on methane. By the way, building on prior foundation support in a timely way for $50 million in Fast Start finance to help us secure the strong and timely Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol in an announcement that Secretary Kerry made at the UN General Assembly September of 2016 and helped us land the Kigali Amendment. Foundations stepped up again now with $350 million to help us move faster on methane, and Marcelo is making it happen. So we need to work together as governments, as civil society, and we need to keep the methane topic higher and higher on the agenda, because right now, less than 2% of climate finance is going to address methane, and yet it's half a degree centigrade, nearly half of today's climate change. And we simply cannot deliver on the promise of the Paris Agreement unless we tackle methane quickly and completely. If we deliver on the Global Methane Pledge, which has already secured the support of more than 130 countries, and watch this space, we expect many more this week. If we deliver on that Global Methane Pledge and cut methane at least 30% by 2030, then we can actually be serious about keeping 1.5 within reach. It's the only way to do it, that and the energy transition. And we got to do a bit more than that. So we got to tackle some things like N2O. N2O is a little bit the forgotten greenhouse gas. 6% of greenhouse gas emissions globally. Doesn't come with the same sulfate unmasking dynamics that we see for the energy transition. So it's pretty fast, even though it's not a short-lived climate pollutant. And watch tomorrow for some really exciting announcements around the fertilizer efficiency challenge that President Biden put forward at the Major Economies Forum last June. There's going to be really positive partnership on that, again with a philanthropic component, but mainly governments stepping up and working globally to address the food security crisis by tackling end-use efficiency of fertilizer application globally. And we think that this is a key part of what needs to happen in addition to transitioning to green ammonia and ultimately to things like nitrogen fixation crops and other advanced solutions and alternatives to fertilizer. We have to do all that as well. And so we have a lot to build on with the Montreal Protocol successes. We have a lot happening on methane, and we have some things we really need to get going on in the form of N2O action. But so great to see all of you here today. Thanks, Ani, for the chance to join, and thanks for what all of you are doing to help make it happen. U.S. government is highly committed to this agenda, and we're looking for ideas and creativity from all of you. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Rick. Thank you. You can all see why we wanted Rick here. I just want to say, Rick, what the administration is doing on this topic has created a real momentum. And plus also what you're doing with Canada and Mexico together for the whole North America is absolutely fantastic, positive sense. Thank you, Rick. Thanks for being here.
Thanks.
We have 1.52 minutes left. Marcella, I want to give this to you because I want you to connect what we're hearing here. What is happening in the last few days? Today's the 5th day, I think. Seems like weeks, actually. But what are you hearing here that encourages you or discourages you on the mission we have in hand?
I'm excited that we're able to put and leverage additional funding. So next week, the COP presidency has a waste initiative, 50% reduction. So Bloomberg, Secretary Kerry, Methane Hub launched support for C40 cities to tackle methane right away. But also Canada had supported Chile on methane mitigation in organic waste. And we wanted to continue that program. And when they saw that it was continuing, they actually also said, let's tap it up again And so they are committing to additional $4 million for Caribbean organic waste management. Carbon Mapper is coming in and working with NASA to identify the 3,000 biggest landfills. RMI and CATF were working together with this waste map to put all that together. So it's stitching collaborations across the world. And it's something that I think philanthropy can do, because we could move fast and actually connect the dots. So the full package on waste management is going to be around $23 million, which philanthropy only contributed to a fraction. So I think it's really great and highlights that we are actually focusing not on the global north issues, but actually how to solve the developing countries' problems on waste management.
Very happy to hear your summary. Thank you very much. Thank you for what you're doing. I can't summarize the super smart people, but I just want to say three things. One is, this is a super important issue that we can make progress on. You heard all the people here. Solutions exist, from macro solutions to oil and gas to micro solution in a household. These exist. We actually have to transfer them. The second thing is, it is the smart investment to make. It is something we can actually get going. It is something we have political momentum on. So I hope as you go forward, you actually talk to everyone about what you heard today. And the third, there are existing platforms. Marcel is running one. Gabby mentioned CCAC. There's a Clean Air Coalition that actually trying to bring this partnership that you talk about, which is critical for us to make progress. Thank you very much for all of you being here. Please join me in congratulating this fantastic panel. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you all for coming to the U.S. Center. Really appreciate that. Our next event will be at 10:30 here at the U.S. Center. United States senators will be here discussing congressional support for climate action. Again, the next event here at the U.S. Center is at 10:30 with United States senators discussing congressional support for climate action. Once again, thank you so much for coming to the U.S. Center, and please come back.
Hello, please take your seat as this event is about to begin. Thank you. Hello and welcome to U.S. Senators Discuss Congressional Support for Climate Action. And now I'd like to welcome to the stage Assistant Secretary Monica Medina. I'd also like to welcome from the great state of Maryland, Senator Ben Cardin. From the great state of Rhode Island, Senator Sheldon Whitehouse. And from the great state of Massachusetts, Senator Ed Markey.
All right, what a crowd. This is awesome. It's always great to have such a big crowd here at the U.S. Center. We are so proud of this space and we're so proud of the programming we're able to bring to you, and we have an all-star gathering this morning. I am so pleased to be able to moderate this panel of our climate champions, climate leaders in the Senate, and it is wonderful to be able to talk with them about the amazing things they have accomplished over the last few months to give us the wind at our backs here at COP. They have moved mountains for us, and it has made all the difference to the U.S. Dell here and to our ability to project our real ambition on climate. It is more than just words. We now have the ability to do what we have promised. The Inflation Reduction Act, recently passed by Congress and signed by the President, is such a great example of this. It is the most significant climate legislation in U.S. history, and it puts us on track to reducing our emissions by 50 to 52% by 2030 or 2050, and ultimately to reach our by 2030, and ultimately to reach our net zero emissions no later than 2050. And they recently ratified the Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol. A decade of work went into that. These men never gave up, and that was a profound victory for climate and a landmark achievement by our Congress. And that, again, gives the world confidence in our ability to legislate climate solutions. So, I don't want to get in the way of the real stars of the show. Let me now introduce Senator Ben Cardin, a leader on climate, my own home state senator from the great state of Maryland. Please, Senator Cardin.
Monica, first of all, thank you very much for your leadership on this issue. It's really a pleasure to be here. This is for us to tell you about congressional support on the climate agenda. This is my fourth COP meeting for Senator Markey and Senator Whitehouse. This is their fifth. We've been here to tell you about congressional support. This year we can tell you there's not only been talk, there's been action. We have been able to pass the most significant climate bill ever in the Congress of the United States, the Inflation Reduction Act, $369 billion. Congress has acted. So we wanted to be here. We recognize that the timing of this COP meeting, there was a little distraction in the United States with the midterm elections. But we wanted to make sure we were here. There's a strong House delegation here led by Speaker Pelosi. And the executive branch will be represented by President Biden a little later today. So we are here. We are here in force to underscore the urgency of the issue. Delay has had a multiplier effect, and we're paying the price for not acting earlier. Urgency, billions of dollars in storms, and lost so much. We're here also to say that it takes a global commitment. All nations need to do their share, not just countries, but also the private sector. All must act. And yes, we're here to say that the United States has acted, providing the leadership under President Biden, but the legislation by the Congress of the United States so that we have the tools to meet our obligations. Yes, it started with the bipartisan infrastructure bill that provided green infrastructure, particularly in transportation, but also in water issues and others. And of course, the Inflation Reduction Act provided the wherewithal so that we can meet our obligations. One aspect of that I'll mention, and then we're going to get into a Q&A period, and that is the environmental justice components. We recognize that climate requires us to deal with equity issues. And we did that in the Inflation Reduction Act to communities that were divided by transportation programs, entrepreneurship opportunities in underserved communities, workforce issues in communities that have been left behind. We are committed to justice. And therefore, we will have robust discussions about the global financing necessary for all countries to meet their goals. And we are prepared to have those discussions. So today, we're very happy to report what we've done, but we also acknowledge there's a lot more that needs to be done. And we are committed to doing everything necessary to meet this challenge. Thank you for all you all do, and I'm looking forward to a discussion. I just want to acknowledge, I know they've been introduced, Senator Sheldon Whitehouse of Rhode Island, you all know this, but he has been a champion on the climate issues. He's given more speeches on the floor of the United States Senate on climate than all the other members combined. He's a true champion on the climate issues. And Senator Ed Markey of Massachusetts was the leader decades ago and has continued to be the leader on initiatives to provide a comprehensive way to deal with climate. So I am proud to be here with two of my colleagues. I bring you greetings from Senator Carper. He intended to be here. He unfortunately came down with COVID, could not be here. His leadership on the Environment and Public Works Committee made a real difference in us being able to achieve the victories in the Congress of the United States. Again, it's our pleasure to be here, and we look forward to our discussion.
Thank you so much, Senator Cardin. And I feel like we needed a pump-up song to get these guys out here today. You know, one of those walk-up songs like they play at sporting events. Maybe we'll find a way to do that next time they're here in the center. Senator Whitehouse, I think a lot of people here wonder, and maybe people don't know how long it takes to get a bill, especially a huge bill passed. I'm a former Senate staffer myself from the Environment and Public Works Committee. Legislation is not easy to pass. Tell us why it took so long to get the Inflation Reduction Act's provisions on climate done. I think a lot of people will be curious. It seems to us obvious, but it was hard in the Senate. And what obstacles did you overcome in order to do it? What broke the logjam? I think people would be really interested to know what's been standing in your way.
Well, I hate to start off instantly on a partisan footing, but what stood in our way was Republicans. Fact of the matter. And so we had to wait until we could do a reconciliation measure, which is the special Senate rule that allows a simple majority to prevail within certain guidelines. And we had to fit our aspirations within those guidelines. It does not help that the fossil fuel industry runs an extremely aggressive operation of political countermeasures against climate legislation in Congress. They have enormous influence, and they largely control the position of the Republican Party. It also does not help very much that the rest of corporate America, at least in Congress, is virtually AWOL. banking associations, insurance associations, realtors associations, all do essentially nothing. And the big corporate trade associations like the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and the National Association of Manufacturers have been identified as the worst climate obstructors. So that's the bad news. The good news is that if corporate America stands up and takes an interest in climate legislation in Congress, there's a whole second chapter that we can write beyond the IRA. But the Republicans aren't going to follow where corporations don't give them permission to go. And at the moment, the corporate sector is somewhere between nowhere and hostile in Congress. There's a lot of credit due corporate America for things that they're doing in their supply chains and for the commitments and promises that they're making, and I don't want to take anything away from that. But in the world that we inhabit, in the Congress, they're not there except to do no good.
Thank you for that. Let me just ask a quick follow-up. On Kigali, was that the difference? 19 Republican votes on that.
HFCs are not a fossil fuel product, so it was a different political landscape for that. And, of course, the other avenue we have is that when the administration moves as an executive branch, they don't need to worry about the makeup in Congress and the cloture rule and all that kind of stuff. And this administration has big opportunities ahead of it to improve and expand the social cost of carbon, to put carbon dioxide regulation out for something more than just light trucks and automobiles, to get after methane enforcement in a very serious way, to engage positively with the EU on carbon border adjustment, and to put the Department of Justice into some kind of alignment with all the states and municipalities that brought litigation against the fossil fuel industry, both for its dishonesty and for its pollution. So that's just a handful of areas where this administration can now move forward without needing to worry about cloture and bipartisanship.
Yep, it's fantastic. So, Senator Markey, we've been friends a long time, and I've known you since your early days in Congress, which puts me more in your category. But when you got reelected most recently in 2020, you were reelected on a wave of young people actively working on your behalf to get you reelected, even though your opponent was a little younger. And I'm wondering how it is you were so effective at bringing in young people's voices. That is something we know we need to keep doing and keep doing better. How you've always been a champion for people who don't have a seat at the table, and you've always been a fighter for justice. So tell us about what we can do better in that regard. You've mastered it.
Well, can you hear me back there? Good. Well, in Copenhagen, President Obama put the Waxman-Markey bill that had passed in 2009 in the House of Representatives on the table for the world, which was an 80% reduction by the year 2050. But we had only passed it through the House. In the Senate, it died because they needed 60 votes in the Senate, and it died because the oil, the gas, the coal industry, according to Yale University, spent more money to defeat that bill than any bill had ever had expended against it in the history of the Congress on any subject. So I'm kind of proud of that on the one hand, but it was catastrophic for the planet. So what was needed was a movement. And young people across the planet are the movement. And since 2009, it's why Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and I introduced the Green New Deal into the Congress 4 years ago, along with Greta and young people all across the planet. They have risen up like a movement. And even in United States politics this year, 18 to 34-year-olds have showed up in historic numbers. So they're engaged and they're demanding that the immorality of the oil, gas, and coal companies be responded to, And Congress is a stimulus response institution, and there's nothing more stimulating than millions of young people saying, we will vote you out if you don't vote for major climate legislation. And so that is what we were able to do in 2020. Joe Biden ran on it. All of us ran on it. We were able to get it done, however, without a single Republican vote. We moved it from 60 votes down to 51 votes because waiting for Republicans is like waiting for Godot. They never show up. So we had to do it. And my belief is this, Monica, that young people are now going to have the resources they need. We're going to create jobs by the millions. We're going to save money by the billions, and we're going to have private sector investment by the trillions. And 3, 4, 5 years from now, it'll be like the telecommunications revolution, where no one had one of these devices, but now everyone does. Because now the obstacle was never technological. It was always political. And young people arrived to demand the politics change in our country. And that's why the United States is here to say, we're back, we're in, we're ready to lead, and we're not finished yet.
Woo, let's hear it. Thank you, young people who voted this week. So, Senator Cardin, talking about stimulus, the other kind of stimulus, you mentioned in your opening remarks finance, and that's been a big topic of conversation here, particularly getting finance to the places where it's needed the most. Tell us how you in Congress see that happening, what you can do, and what you've heard since you've gotten on the ground here.
Well, in just about every discussion we hear about finance, we recognize that. We recognize there's a real challenge, particularly in countries that may have some fossil reserves, in making clear that their future should be in renewables rather than fossils. We hear the equity arguments about what the developed world did, and that if we expect the developing nations to make the sacrifices necessary, there's an equity argument that they need help. And then just to meet these goals, they're going to need some additional help. So there's a lot of ways we can do that. We have international financing institutions that need to be better focused at helping deal with this issue. We have the polluters that cause the problem that need to be part of the financing solution. And Senator Whitehouse has several proposals that would put the price on carbon or do border adjustments that could provide the financing resources. I mention that because most of the discussion here is on the loss and damage issue and on the Green Fund, but there are other ways that we think we can finance. We need to meet our obligations in the global community on these funds, but the United States also does a lot more. USAID is a major player in dealing with the needs of the developing nations to have the infrastructure they need to meet their goals. The Millennium Challenge Corporation is focused on these issues in their campaign to deal with climate. In the Feed the Future, dealing with food security, very much impacted by the climate issues to the less developed nations. 2 weeks ago, I was in South America. We are very much engaged in helping in regards to a lot of their environmental needs. We have the migratory bird issue, neotropicals that we provide help for. And now we have Amazon. Amazon 21 with new leadership in Brazil. We are really optimistic that we can make a major dent in what's happening in the Amazon. But they're going to need our help. I was in Ecuador with the debt swaps that they want us to participate in. My point is there's a whole menu out there of financing options in which the United States can be a leader. So, yes, we must meet our obligations at COP in regards to the funds that are being suggested, but there are so many other ways. There's no one answer to this. We have to help every nation meet their goals, particularly those that have been disadvantaged by the community that they inherited.
It's true, and we've had USAID on this stage almost, I think, every day talking about the great work that they do. And there is so much more that the U.S. is doing than sort of meets the eye. We're not great necessarily at tooting our own horn. But I'm wondering how you see the geopolitics of climate now. You've been to many COPs, all of you. What does this COP look like? How does the geopolitics of climate change, how is it different now than it may have been, say, even when the Paris Agreement was signed? Either of you, Senator Markey or Senator Whitehouse?
The thing that we see now that we didn't see before that I think is really significant is the European Union agreeing to go forward with a carbon border adjustment mechanism that will create enormous economic pressure in favor of climate solutions. We have to recognize that the fossil fuel industry floats on trillions of dollars in subsidy around the planet. In the U.S., the annual subsidy protecting fossil fuel is over $600 billion with a B dollars every single year, according to the International Monetary Fund. So that creates a very steep uphill trajectory for climate success. If we can balance that out with a carbon border adjustment that in turn supports a global price on carbon, we get enormous revenues to achieve climate justice and to speed the transition. We undo the unfair and improper economic subsidy that fossil fuel enjoys, and we create a positive mutual incentive for other countries to join in. So one of the arguments we make very strongly to the administration is don't be frightened or alarmed or opposed to the EU CBAM. Get in there and start negotiating how we support that, how we make that happen, how we bring in the UK and Canada and other countries into ideally a common platform where there is immense pressure, economic pressure to offset that massive subsidy. When we started in Paris, there was none of that. It was all aspirations and what we're going to do by 2050. By the way, I'm going to be an Olympic athlete by 2050. But in the meantime, I'm just going to keep eating donuts. So the aspirations are great, but an actual proposal to have an actual border adjustment with an actual baked-in carbon price, that is huge and puts the power of the economy to work for us rather than against us.
Senator Markey, any other thoughts?
I would say that the United States has been properly, justifiably criticized for not having a comprehensive climate plan in our country. And we've been criticized for that. At COP after COP after COP, you can't preach temperance from a bar stool. You can't tell the rest of the world to do something if you're not doing it yourself. So we're here to say we've passed the comprehensive bill. And now, at this COP, we need justice. We need justice for everyone on the planet who has been a victim of the United States, of the EU, of the Chinese, for what we have been doing in sending these greenhouse gases up into the atmosphere. A high percent of the CO2 is red, white, and blue. We know that. But it's also EU and Chinese. And so now we have to talk about justice for those countries around the world, those peoples who have been historically victimized by the Western countries and China, who have turned a blind eye to the consequences of our own actions as we got rich. And so now, on an intersectional basis, interracial basis, international basis, we have to turn, which is what this conference is doing, to loss and damage, to justice, to ensuring that we are, in fact, meeting our moral obligation. Yes, Climate change is the health, environmental, national security, and moral issue of our time. And we have to discharge that responsibility in order to guarantee that we have played our role and that we say to the Chinese, why are you not here? Why are you not responding? Why are you not putting bigger, better promises onto the table? Why are you not talking about loss and damage? Where are you, China, here today? So we need all of the countries in the world to make the United States accountable, but China as well, so that there is true justice for everyone. In our bill, we built in $60 billion for environmental justice for black, brown, indigenous, poor, immigrant communities in the United States of America, because for too long we ignored it in our own country, but we cannot ignore it globally. We have a responsibility as the polluting nations to make sure that we take care of those who have been victimized by our successes.
Thank you, Senator. You see why he's been so powerfully re-elected with the support of young people. I'll ask another similar question. Gets at the same issue. It is the right thing to do. It is the just thing to do to bring climate equity and climate finance to under-financed nations, to the places that need it the most, that are on the front lines. It's also a security risk. And each of you sits in a place in the Congress where you look at it not only from, say, the Commerce Committee or even the Foreign Relations Committee, but, say, from our national security perspective. Can any of you comment on that? Maybe you, Senator Cardin, talk about the national security implications of climate change and why it matters to our own security, not to mention the security of the world.
Well, thanks for that question. There's so many security aspects to climate change. I could get very local and talk about the Naval Academy, which is in Annapolis, one of my favorite places to be. I serve on the Board of Visitors of the Naval Academy. It has chronic problems because of sea level rises, of being able to maintain that facility at its current location. We could talk about Norfolk, Virginia, and the facilities there. We could talk about just the fact that so many critical facilities for our national security are located in vulnerable areas. We can talk about the weather changes and the more severe weathers and the impact that's having on our security. Or we could talk about the global migration of climate migrants that are affecting security, stability of countries in which we and our national defense strategies have to deal with. Or we could talk about food insecurity that's caused by climate change and the fact that we are now engaged in an issue with Russia and Ukraine, which is just making that worse, but climate has made that worse. All this is affecting our national security. If people can't eat, we're going to have problems. We're going to have problems that we have to deal with from the humanitarian point of view, but also from the security point of view. So this is clearly a national security challenge. We recognize that. But I want to sort of add on to this question with the last question. In Paris, we came together with a commitment of the global community to deal with the threat. We have not lived up to those commitments in Paris. We're behind. And now we're in a much more urgent situation. Now we really, we're in many respects way later than we should have been in dealing with climate. So now it's absolutely urgent that we all do what's necessary. The countries that have caused the issues have the capacity to do more. The countries that need to do things that they can do to help us need help. But they have to also be held accountable to do what they need to do. So there is a formula here to meet the needs. But it is urgent that we come together and figure it out. Am I optimistic we'll do it here at this COP? No, I don't think we'll come to an enforceable agreement that would lead us there. But we can take steps and make sure that we follow up on it. So we have some things more that we have to do in the United States. We have to deal with the financing. And every nation really needs to step up. And Senator Markey's absolutely right. China needs to take responsibility for their actions, and it's inexcusable they're not with us here at this conference.
Thank you, Senator Cardin. So, Senator Whitehouse, you're an ocean champion in addition to being a climate champion. We've seen a greater and greater emphasis on oceans at COPs over the last few years, starting with Madrid, the Blue COP, the Chilean-Spanish Blue COP. Talk about what you think we need to do in the ocean in order to help solve the climate crisis, since I know that's a subject near and dear to your heart.
Well, it's extremely welcome that this has moved. I remember arriving at the Paris COP and being alerted to the fact that the only mention of oceans in that agreement was on the chopping block, and we had to fight hard to get oceans put back into that agreement. Since then, more and more attention has been paid. 30% of the carbon dioxide has gone into the oceans. It's rendering them more and more acidic. 90% of the heat has gone into the oceans. It's warming them. It's raising sea levels. It is essential. The oceans are the witness to what we are doing wrong. And you can't BS the oceans. They operate by the laws of physics. So they're a really good witness as to whether we're doing our jobs right, and we are not. So really important to pay attention to oceans. And by the way, while we're at it, less pollution into the oceans, getting rid of the world's plastic problem, dumping all that waste into our oceans, and making sure that coastal communities have the knowledge and the support they need to survive what is coming at them. I really want to recognize Secretary Kerry, who put the Oceans Conference on the map when he was the secretary. That is still going strong. It's still going well after he left as secretary. It has made enormous progress, but the oceans are bearing witness to our failure, and we have to pay attention because the oceans are essential to our success as a species on the planet.
Absolutely.
To the Ocean Secretary, I say that, as she knows.
Preaching to the choir. So, continuing in this nature theme, interested in thinking about adaptation and implementation. Again, talking about the ways that you in Congress have seen sort of implementation happen in the U.S. How do you think we bring that to other countries? Things like early warning systems for all, which the Secretary General has talked about here and said we need to bring early warning climate systems to every community across, especially every climate vulnerable community across the planet. And we in the U.S. have the most fantastic weather service on the planet. We have tremendous forecasts that allow us to know when a hurricane is approaching our coastline and to pinpoint with incredible precision where and when it will land. And we now know we need drought monitoring. We need to know where diseases might spread because we have the ability to forecast the rise in mosquitoes in certain places and dengue fever, or even we can tell where zoonotic spillover might occur because of biodiversity loss. Talk about how you see our technology, things like early warning system, making a difference. Senator Markey.
Well, you're right. Reports say that by the year 2070, unless we do something about it, 1/3 of all the people on the planet will live in uninhabitable places. 1/3 of the planet by 2070. So there's a lot of danger that has been created by the burning of fossil fuels. And we can adapt in the United States a lot more easily than countries that are poorer and more vulnerable around the world. And again, like the WHO for health, we need our own World Climate Organization that ensures that the technologies are deployed that give those countries sufficient warning about the danger, help them with the resources that they would need in order to build in a resilience against those things that are predictable in terms of risk, threats to their country, and it has to be a part of something that is UN-led, globally led, as we recognize that technology can, in fact, play a role in helping to identify where the risks are. And in the same way that Al Gore has his TRACE program that can identify pollution all across the planet, so too are there technologies that can be deployed as early warning systems, but they'll only be as effective as the additional tools which we then provide to those countries so that they can properly adapt, protect themselves against the inevitable risks that come unless we move even more quickly in reducing the worst, most catastrophic consequences of climate change.
The only thing that I would add to that is that this exchange of information has to go both ways. The warnings the technology allows us to issue have to be matched by listening to the warnings that local people know from their own experience of their own place. The very best witnesses to what's gone wrong and what's changed is the people who live there, and to make sure that their voices are heard and heard clearly and loudly is going to be a part of our success.
Agree completely. Everywhere I go, I'm always telling people that when the U.S. can help deploy early warning systems in other countries, we're collecting data from those countries, but we are also collecting indigenous or local knowledge from them, and that's a huge benefit to us. It goes both ways. It's a wonderful, virtuous circle. That's why I think these early warning systems are really a key place where we, the U.S., can make a difference. We can save a lot of money by moving people out of harm's way, by giving them the tools they need to prepare for what is ahead. So let's talk about that. I don't want to end on a down note, so let's go there now before we have some time to bring ourselves back up. We know a certain amount of the warming that we are seeing now is baked in. We've had billion-dollar disaster after billion-dollar disaster in the U.S., and we're only at 1.1, and we're trying to stay within 1.5. What do you think we need to do to get people motivated enough, and what's the consequence if we don't do it?
I think people's motivation is not the problem. I think the problem, at least in our world, is the inordinate influence that the fossil fuel industry has been able to maintain, largely since our Supreme Court opened the gates to unlimited corporate funding, and worse, allowed them to hide behind phony front groups whose unlimited corporate funding it was. You let that torrent of money loose into politics, and you're going to get some very unfortunate results. And one of the unfortunate results that we're getting is intense fossil fuel obstruction and the rest of corporate America sitting it out. And I think the instant that the bankers and the realtors and the insurers turn on their apparatus, corporate America has built the most powerful apparatus of influence in history. And when they switch it on to be positive on climate, then there's almost nothing that can't be accomplished. Until that happens, we're constantly going to be having to battle the way we just did to get the IRA passed, to use special parliamentary techniques, to have to dodge obstruction, to have to fend off the lies of the lobbyists and the influencers and the extremists and the deniers. So there's an unhealthy element in American politics right now, and the fossil fuel industry is at the heart of it.
We need, and we've talked about this, we need a comprehensive strategy to deal with climate. And we've talked about that during this panel. We should have passed the Waxman-Markey bill when it was introduced. It would have made a huge difference if we would have done that. We're now in a circumstance where we have to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in a very aggressive way. And we've talked about that. We've talked about how the plans that countries have come up with need to be accounted. We need to do more, and we have to make sure that they do it as quickly as possible. And we've also talked about how we can finance to make it possible for the developing world to meet those goals. You then asked about mitigation and adaptation. The reality is we are where we are, and people are at risk. And you're right. We have to share technology and share information to protect people, to do the right thing, to mitigate and adapt. But we have to do both. We have to put this all together. And the issue that probably puts all this together to give us a realistic where we are, and this has really been Senator Whitehouse's point, we have to acknowledge the cost of carbon. And those responsible have to pay. And that's where the one piece that, if I had to pick one other thing I'd like to see America lead on, is the price of carbon, and then deal with what you said, the border adjustments. If we did that, then I think we could probably put together the leadership that's needed globally on this issue.
I think we're at a turning point. This climate bill, the largest climate bill ever passed by any country in the history of the planet, is now going to unleash a private sector revolution in the United States. In the automotive sector, in the utility sector, in the manufacturing sector, all across our country. And for the first time, we're going to have millions of people who make a living in renewables, who make a living making all-electric vehicles, who are going to be the counter to the oil, gas, and coal industry finally. There are going to be economic consequences to Republican senators who, if they continue to vote with the coal and gas industry, will lose their Senate seat because there are so many wind and solar and battery and all-electric vehicle employees in their state. So the balance of power over the next 3 or 4 or 5 years is going to dramatically change. And as it changes, we'll be able to pass another bill even bigger than this one, because the politics of it are only going to get bigger and better. And so to the extent to which no one had any idea 15 years ago what Twitter, eBay, Amazon, Hulu, or YouTube were, they're now the vocabulary of the planet. The same thing is going to happen with companies whose names we don't even know yet, who are going to be inventing the new technologies and deploying them and changing the politics of the deployment of the technologies, but also in the funding we have to put in place to help those who have been harmed. Because young people aren't going away. They're going to become the CEOs. They're going to become the leaders of these companies all across our country and all across the planet. And the political power is just going to shift in the same way it did from black rotary dial phones to the iPhone era. We're not going back, and it's only going to get stronger and stronger, especially, and I want to say this, Monica, because of the Biden administration, because of their leadership on this issue, because they broke that Gordian knot that had been in place for a generation. And I just want to thank you and the Biden administration for all your great work.
I know the President appreciates the support that you all provided in helping getting that important legislation, that transformative legislation over the finish line. Both bills, really, honestly, both bills transformative and each critical to our ability to make this a success. All right, so we're on the topic of legislation, so I've got to ask, thinking crystal ball or that prediction sort of mode, thinking about the next Congress, which is sort of in the balance, but will probably be very evenly split, very evenly divided again. What legislation are you each working on that you think might still, that you're looking forward to reintroducing in the next Congress, or you might be able to get over the finish line this one? Senator Cardin, anything you want to predict?
We still have, of course, a lame duck session of Congress. We hope to have an omnibus bill. There are a lot of climate provisions that we think are still alive that we like to get done. So we want to get as much done as we can now. Both houses controlled by Democrats, but recognize the 60-vote problem in the United States Senate. I know people don't want to talk about that, but we have to deal with it every day. So we are looking for a realistic agenda items for this year. Now, if you're going to ask me, where my priority is going to be for the next Congress, I would first like to know who's going to control the House and the Senate. There's still a few very critical elections. We're looking Arizona and Nevada and Georgia very carefully in the United States Senate. If you could tell me the answers to that, I might give you our ambition moving forward. Look, I'm the senator from Maryland. So when you ask me the immediate impact, I talk about the Chesapeake Bay. Because Chesapeake Bay, climate change is one of the greatest challenges to our efforts on regards to the Chesapeake Bay. So we're going to continue. We have some initiatives in order to deal with the Chesapeake Bay that I will be reintroducing in the next Congress, working with Senator Van Hollen, working with our entire congressional delegation. But on the broader climate issues, I really do believe, building on what we got done in this Congress, recognizing, and I'm going to be a broken record on this, the price of carbon border adjustments are going to be the big picture that we're going to try to advance in the next Congress.
Senator Whitehouse.
Well, Ben is right that it's hard to figure out where we're going to go if we don't know what the control is going to be. But there are a few things that I'd mention where I think we can go forward either way, even if we don't succeed. One is with expediting and powering up offshore wind. You guys have made great strides. The president's commitment of 30 gigawatts is huge, but it's a first for us, and we're in the baby steps of siting. So we can expedite offshore wind. We can expedite permitting reform to make sure that the new clean generation that we're going to be developing gets to the customers more effectively and more rapidly. That, I think, is a bipartisan path. And then I think the president's leadership in the democracy initiative bears on climate change in that there is a strong bipartisan sentiment that the dictatorships of the world that are run by and for fossil fuel, specifically the Iranian dictatorship, which is seeing immense pressure from Iranian women right now, and the Putin dictatorship. My friend John McCain used to refer to Russia as a gas station that is run by gangsters that have an army. Take away the gas station and you weaken the gangsters and their army. So the democracy initiative is a powerful countermeasure to the influence of those dictatorships. And of course, what you see first, look at the Russians. What do they want to do with all the money they loot when the dictatorship prevails? They want to get the hell out of Russia. They want to hide it in the U.S. They want to hide it in the U.K. So the more we can clean up their ability to hide their ill-gotten gains around the world, the stronger our collective pressure will be against this fossil fuel dictatorship power. And that is a very bipartisan sentiment as well. So aside from how long it takes to get corporate America to wake up on climate change in Congress and the fossil fuel industry to back off its relentless opposition, there still are important things that we can do even in the face of those.
Senator Markey.
I'll come back to your earlier question. It's about young people. The last thing that was knocked out of the Inflation Reduction Act, the climate bill, was the Civilian Climate Corps that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and I had introduced and was passed through the House of Representatives. And it came over to the Senate, and it was knocked out. And that was about $20 billion to bring hundreds of thousands of young people in our country into the climate movement, into communities all across our country, working on climate-related issues, working on remediating the historic injustices, especially in inner city, in poor, and in indigenous communities all across our country. And that goes right to the issue of climate justice, goes right to the issue of the reparations, the rectification of historic injustice that had been perpetrated by those who had benefited from the fossil fuel era. So I'm going to come back next year working to continue to build the momentum, build the coalition for a Civilian Climate Corps, because in the same way that the Peace Corps across the planet is a symbol of who we are as a nation, helping to lift everyone's gaze to the constellation of possibilities for themselves and their home countries, so too do we need a civilian climate corps in the United States that will work on issues that have long gone unattended. But this young generation, this green generation, is ready to rise up and go to work in order to make sure that the protections are put in place for everyone, every community in our country.
There we go. I agree completely with that. Everywhere we go around the world, we hear how much the Peace Corps and how much we, the U.S., can bring to help on climate is very much wanted and appreciated. And that notion that we could be lifting up young people by having a climate corps is really, really tremendous. I'm glad that you'll be reintroducing that one when you come back next year. So a question about sort of being careful as we move ahead, you know, and I think about the Kigali Amendment and how important that was, because the Montreal Protocol was a wonderful thing. The ozone hole, when I first started working on this issue, we had no answer on the ozone hole. We came up with an answer and then it wasn't quite right. And so we had to amend it. What keeps you up? What do you worry about? How do you think we build circularity into this climate movement now so that we don't create future problems for ourselves with, you know, the things that we know we need and we need to move quickly to get? How do we change the way we think about waste in this country? Do you all have a thought on that?
If you want to know what keeps me up in regards to climate or other issues, it's the status of democracies, the ability for us to use our political system to resolve issues. It's threatened in the United States and it's threatened around the world. Senator Whitehouse mentioned it as one of the issues that we have to deal with. But look at the rise of corruption, look at the decline of democratic states. There's less people living in free societies today than they were 10 years ago. Is our political system able to resolve our issues? And are we really listening to each other, or have we unleashed special interests through the financing, the way we finance campaigns? All that is eroding the confidence of our political system to resolve our issues. Look, I have a lot of confidence in our democratic system in the United States. But I do worry that if we don't pay attention to it, look what's happened in recent years. All three of us were in harm's way on January 6th. That's something that's seared in our minds. It could happen in the United States. So I think we will resolve the issue. Senator Markey's right. The populace wants us to deal with this issue. We need to deal with this issue. It's politically the right thing to do. We know from science and policy it's the right thing to do. And we know we have the solutions on what we need to do. But will our political system deliver the right results? That's what keeps me up. I think we will, but I'm encouraged by how many people are out here that are interested and engaged on this issue. You make a difference. We can't operate unless we have a support system, and you are our support system. So I just want to acknowledge the incredible support that you all have given us on this issue. Thank you.
I would echo Ben's remarks. It's a global problem. The President's Democracy Initiative is a way to start addressing it. Corruption has been a problem that is as old as humankind. And the problem with corruption is that as its power grows in a society, it becomes increasingly hard to undo that power. There's a tipping point for corruption. We've seen in Russia right now the end point of that. We're seeing the beginning of it in the United States of America with this unlimited dark money in our elections. $1 billion just went into Republican Senate campaigns through what are called independent expenditures, i.e. not the campaigns of the candidates. In our races, independent so-called expenditures now are greater than the campaign's expenditures. And most of that money, you don't know who gave it. It comes in through a fake front group with a name like Marylanders for Peace and Puppies and Prosperity. And it disables citizens from knowing what's going on. It causes politicians to look at big donors instead of the public as their support system. And it puts us out of step with the work that needs to be done when the interests of the special interests steer us away from that work. None of that is good for democracy. I think we're at a tipping point in the United States. We need to claw our way back. And if we can, then we can resume not only our role as climate leaders, but as the city on a hill that people have long counted on us to be.
What I worry about is that Donald Trump might get reelected, and with him would come a wave of Republican climate deniers who all got their degree in climate science at Trump University. That would be my fear. And it can happen. It can absolutely happen. We're just barely going to beat back the threat to democracy this year in 2022, but just narrowly. So the price of freedom is eternal vigilance. We haven't got this finally won yet on climate. We know that. And we know that the other side is not giving up. They're going to redouble their efforts in order to make sure that the progress that we made in the United States Congress and through the signature of President Biden and the progress that we're making here is reversed. But we have to send another message that we're not giving up. We're not going away. We're not going to stop. That we're going to continue to fight. Because this is on a very thin edge, this progress that we're making. It is not at all guaranteed that Trump partnering with authoritarian leaders from Russia to China to other countries in the world reach a new consensus about the need to act urgently to protect those countries that are most vulnerable. And when Senator Whitehouse and Senator Cardin and I arrived, there was a beautiful exhibit of Antarctica and Greenland up on this screen. And I was looking at it and studying it, and that's the canary in the mine shaft. Greenland has an ice cap 1,000 miles long, 300 miles wide, 2 miles high, that if it goes into the ocean, will cost catastrophic consequences to the most vulnerable countries in the world. So we have to protect democracy. That has to keep us up at night so that we can work on the issues that keep everyone else in the world up at night, worrying that their countries will be vulnerable to catastrophic climate change. So
thank you so much. I have one one-word answer question for the three of you. Do you believe now, with the things that we have put in place and the momentum we have, that the U.S. will make its 2050 target for climate? Senator Markey.
We are absolutely going to make it. The potential in this bill is far greater. It's already clear that more than $369 billion will be spent because the private sector is now seeing they can make money in renewables. So they're coming. And we will exceed the goals that we've said can be met, 40%. It might be upwards of 44%. And then the Biden administration in the electric utility sector, in the heavy vehicle sector, and so many other sectors will put the regulations on the books. The United States will meet its commitment of a 50% reduction by the year 2050.
I'll just say we can, we ought to, and we know how to do it. but there are a few more steps that we need to take to put ourselves clearly on a pathway to safety.
Monica, there's no way that a senator can answer a question in one word. Just want you to know that. That's against everything we learned in Senate 101. So anyway, yes, I think we'll meet that goal, but we have to exceed that goal, and we have to use technologies as we're developing it. The circumstances are so dire and that we have to meet our goals and exceed our goals and change our goals to accelerate. And I hope that's what we see happen well before 2050.
Thank you so much. Everyone, please help me out and welcome and thank this wonderful panel. They've been incredibly generous with their time. They're only on the ground here for a couple of days. We're so grateful to have them. Thank you very much, all of you, for being here. And keep coming back to the U.S. Center. The largest institutional consumer of Sorry.
You do a good job.
Thank you so much. Oh, I thought she was coming to take my mic.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the U.S. Center. Now is open exhibit time here at the U.S. Center. Please feel free to take a look at the art exhibit as well as the meta-immersive learning experience as well on the other side of the U.S. Center. We also have some folks from Colorado State University, Alyssa Connaughton, who can help walk you through the really great art exhibit by Peace Boat in the exhibit space. At 12:30, come right back here. We have a NASA Hyperwall talk by NASA's Chief Scientist and Senior Climate Advisor, Dr. Kate Calvin, at 12:30 today here at the U.S. Center. Once again, thank you so much for coming.
and so on that is impossible for them to actually meet. That's first point. My second point is instead of reinventing the wheel, I believe there are already certain infrastructure and mechanism in place in Bangladesh, and the TBAT has come up repeatedly in the panel as well. How can we really think about revamping our T-West institutions so that it's really up to the need of transition to a green economy? And if I may also say my concluding remark, or you're coming? So I think in all our conversation, what I feel also strongly, when you talk about just transition, it may mean different things to different people. But until and unless what my, I think, fellow panelists say,
My biggest surprise was being asked to do the job. It was a welcome surprise.
As you heard, you're here at the launch of the UN High-Level Expert Group's report on net zero commitments of non-state entities. Wow, that's quite a mouthful. It's even worse because our acronym is HLEG. But the very good news is thanks to our awesome Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, who really is the best plain talker on climate that I know, our mandate was very clear. In the Secretary General's words, we urgently need every business, investor, city, state, and region to walk the talk on their net zero promises. We cannot afford any slow movers, fake movers, or any form of greenwashing. Well, Secretary General, I'm very proud to announce that our expert group has delivered. I want to give huge credit to our incredible expert group, many of who are here, and I see we have Malengo and Camilla joining us virtually. They really are extraordinary. Over 7 months, a group that comprises more women than men, that represents regions from around the world and a huge diversity of perspectives, and with an incredible range of expertise. From a scientist to a CEO, environmentalist to civil society head, former head of state, former regulators, and just generally awesome people, and of course, a recovering politician like me. You're fortunate to hear from a number of them later. And this was done in Mach speed, guys. Just 7 months, we arrived at a consensus report. It's called Integrity Matters, and it's being released right now, so check your phones. I want to express the expert group's sincere appreciation to the hundreds of groups and thousands of individuals who participated in our consultations and made submissions. Your ideas and concerns factor greatly into our deliberations. I certainly hope our work can be as
Hello and welcome to the U.S. Center. Our next NASA Hyperwall talk, Carbon and Earth's Atmosphere, by Dr. Kate Calvin, NASA's Chief Scientist and Senior Climate Advisor, will start in 10 minutes at 12:30. Again, in 12:30, the next NASA Hyperwall talk with Dr. Kate Calvin about carbon and Earth's atmosphere will begin. Hello and welcome to the U.S. Center. I'm pleased to introduce Dr. Kate Calvin, Chief Scientist and Senior Climate Advisor of NASA, for our Hyperwall talk, Carbon and Earth's Atmosphere.
Thank you, Tom. So what I'm going to talk a little bit about today is how we study and observe and model carbon in the atmosphere. And we're, interested in understanding carbon because carbon dioxide concentrations have been rising over the last 100+ years. This animation here is showing you a couple of different ways of looking at carbon dioxide. The bottom right over there is the Keeling curve. So this is from a surface observatory. And it's going to show you the rise in concentrations that we've been seeing. Carbon dioxide concentrations surpassed 400 parts per million about a decade ago, and that's a very, very high level, something we haven't seen in a very long time. On this side, you're seeing the carbon dioxide concentrations by latitude, and one of the things you'll notice in this animation is that you do see differences. When northern hemisphere summer comes, there's more vegetation on the Earth's surface, and that absorbs more carbon dioxide, so concentrations are lower during northern hemisphere summer, particularly in the high latitudes. And we're going to talk through a little bit about what we see and how we observe and understand carbon today. So first, at NASA, we think about the Earth as a whole system. So it's not just the atmosphere, it's not just land, it's how all of those work together. And we use a combination of observations and models to paint a complete picture of the Earth, how it looks today, and how it's changed over time. And so this animation is just showing you some of the data sets that we use. So iMerge is precipitation data. There's different models that can give us information about precipitable water, clouds, and other aspects of the Earth's surface. So when we look and use our vantage point of space, we can see all of the Earth, and we can see different things depending on the different satellite instrument we're using. So this particular image is what we call familiarly the nightlight satellite. So it can show you where lights are. And one of the ways we can use this, there are scientists around the world who have used this to understand energy use and energy access. So you can look at where there is electricity and where there isn't and how that changes over time. And as you probably know, energy use and energy production is a large driver of carbon dioxide emissions. So we can look at that and understand that. Some of the carbon dioxide we emit from the Earth goes into the atmosphere. Some of that is absorbed by our land and our oceans. And one of the things we look at is in trying to understand that absorption. And how much carbon is absorbed depends on the land what the vegetation is. So trees absorb more carbon than bare ground. And what we can do is look at that. So this animation is showing you both land vegetation. So the greener the land areas, the more vegetation. It's also showing you ocean chlorophyll, which is an indicator of production in the ocean. And oceans also absorb a lot of carbon. So a lot of the carbon we emit into the atmosphere is absorbed by either the land or the ocean. And one of the things we try to understand is how that changes over time and how that might change in the future. We can also look at total carbon dioxide concentrations from the atmosphere. And so this is from one of our satellites, the Orbiting Carbon Observatory 2. So this is a global satellite that measures total carbon dioxide concentrations. And it's showing you this all over the world, and we're tracking this over time to see how those change. And what you'll see here is these lines are showing you where we collect observations. So as the satellite orbits, it measures what's underneath of it. And so we're getting these frequent observations. But still, some of those, they're not completely instantaneous and all the time. So what we do is we combine all of these observations I've just shown you into models so that we can see the rest of the Earth and understand other aspects of it. So this is just an animation of how we incorporate observations into models so that we can take information about the observations of carbon dioxide, like I just showed you, as well as observations of other aspects of weather and climate, things like precipitation and winds. And when you look at all that together, we can see where carbon's emitted, how it moves through the atmosphere, and where it goes, among other things. Then we can use these sorts of combining of data sets and models to better understand sources of carbon dioxide and where it goes. So this is looking at a total carbon dioxide coming out of one of these models, and this is going to animate its way over time. The colors are showing you concentrations, and we can look at this from the model. You can see the swirls where the carbon is moving. You'll also, as this animation progresses, we'll be able to see the vertical dimension, so where that carbon dioxide is relative to the Earth's surface. And so we can look at that and understand carbon dioxide and how it is changing. one of the questions we always have is, where does this come from? So I've talked a little bit about energy, but there's other sources. So one of the other things that we're seeing now is fires. So as we get hot, dry, and windy weather, we're seeing more wildfires around the world. And those are both driven by changes in climate, so we're having more fire weather, but they also lead to carbon emissions. And so one of the things we can do is take different data sets from different observations and models and combine those together to better understand carbon from fires. And that's what this particular animation is showing you. So it's taking burned area from one of the satellites we have that shows you vegetation, and it's combining this with other sources to show us carbon dioxide from fire. We can also combine all of the different sources that we have together and get a better sense of how much carbon is actually being emitted or absorbed by the land surface. So what is the total exchange of carbon between the surface and the atmosphere? And so this animation is showing you this from another combined set of data. And it's giving you some of these, the green is absorption, the purple colors are emitting. And depending on the time of the year and what processes are undergoing, different parts of the land surface might have different effects of carbon going into the atmosphere. So here at NASA, we're studying the whole Earth system. We're collecting observations and building models to help us better understand carbon in the atmosphere, where it's coming from, and where it's going. And all of the information that we collect is publicly available. So we provide that to people all around the world so that you can understand climate, you can understand how it's changing. And also for some of our data sets, you can use that to help actionable decisions. So some of our wildfire information, we can show you where fires are burning or emissions associated with fires, which have air quality effects. So I've talked a little bit about our Earth science and what we see from space and using our unique vantage point of space to observe the Earth. But the first A in NASA is actually aeronautics. And one of the big things that we think about at NASA is not just how can we observe and understand the Earth, but also how can we innovate and create technology that benefits humanity as a whole. And some of our work is has implications for sustainability, and I'll talk a little bit more about that tomorrow. So we grow crops in space, and some of what we've done to grow crops in space has applications here on Earth that can help with water quality or using less inputs. But we also innovate to reduce emissions. And so we have an aeronautics program that has been working with the aviation industry for decades to try to reduce energy use and emissions associated with aircraft. So this is one of our technology innovations. I'm just going to highlight this one as an example. So we've worked with the aviation industry for a long time. Some of the things when you look at a plane as you're flying here, so the wingtips curve up on the end, that has to do with research that we've done. And it reduces energy use. We work in a few different areas when we're thinking about aeronautics. One of them is aircraft design. So we are actually working on an all-electric airplane, and we'll be testing that in the near future. And this is to test the airworthiness of battery and electric technologies. And again, a big thing that we do at NASA is share with everyone. So everything we learn about building an electric aircraft, we will share with the industry so they can use that in their own planning. In addition to electric aircraft, we also work on sustainable aviation fuels, and the particular area we look at is actually measuring what the impacts of those are. So do they actually, what is the effect they have on the atmosphere? We also work to reduce emissions and energy use associated with airline operations and airport operations. So one of the things we've been working on is trying to figure out how to reduce the amount of time you spend waiting on the tarmac, so waiting to taxi to take off, because there's energy used in waiting there. And so can we help make airports run more efficiently and think about how that affects them? So this is just a tour of the aeronautics. Again, at NASA, we're a science and technology organization, and we're collecting observations and sharing the technology development and information we have with the world. And with that, I'd like to take any questions. Somebody's bringing a mic. Right here.
Hi, I'm the CEO of Methane Action, and I noticed that you talked about CO2 emissions. One of the things that the scientists that we're working with at Methane Action, including Rob Jackson from Stanford and others, are very concerned about is that the isotopic data seems to suggest that methane emissions are rising from biogenic sources quite rapidly, in addition to, obviously anthropogenic sources, but natural sources of methane emissions. And I'm wondering if you can comment on how NASA intends to both track that and respond to it.
Yes, that's a great question. And I did focus on carbon dioxide, but methane is also a very important greenhouse gas. And so we have a couple of different ways just from space. We have an instrument that we put on the International Space Station this summer. The primary science mission around this is around mineral dust, so trying to understand dust emissions and how they reflect or absorb sunlight. But one of the things that you can do with this instrument is also look at methane. So we just released some information a few weeks ago where we can actually see methane sources from space on the International Space Station. We complement the NASA observations with observations from other space agencies so that we can use information from ESA. ESA has some satellites that look at methane, as well as we have a commercial small sat data acquisition where we buy data from small commercial satellite companies for use, and there are some greenhouse gas emissions ones. So we can get that information from space and we can include it in the models, and I just didn't show that animation today.
Hi, thank you so much for your presentation. I'm a master's student at the Yale School of the Environment, and I do a lot of remote sensing research, so I'm really excited to see this at COP. And I'm using nighttime lights data for my thesis, actually, and in general, I'm really interested in studying urbanization using geospatial data, and I'm excited at the opportunity of data sets like the nighttime lights data set to understand human activity directly through Earth observation and the impact that human activity might have on the environment. And I'm wondering what other data sets exist, or I think I'm more interested in what data sets might be in development to directly study human activity through Earth observation. Thank you.
Yeah, so one of the other data sets that really shows urbanization trends is Landsat. So this shows you urban, forest, and then we have 50 years of Landsat data. And so one of the animations I was showing earlier this week is Las Vegas, and you can really see the expansion of those urban areas. And you can also, as you're looking through, the night lights data, it shows you urban areas. It also shows you energy access. And we also use it to look at power outages after storms. So you see both human expansion, but also impacts on human systems from that. So we have a lot of those. We do, this isn't directly related to your question, but the big Earth Science satellite that we're launching soon in early December is on surface water and ocean topography. And so that'll give us a survey of water running through rivers and lakes, as well as oceans ocean circulation. And for water in rivers and lakes, we use a lot of water to produce energy. And so understanding how much surface water we have is really important there. Other questions? Any other questions? Oh, yeah.
Hello, thank you so much. My name is Osamoche from JAXA. Actually, I'd like to just question about how you can engage with the policymaker to utilize scientific data in the policy process. Because the policy process is quite important to ensure the accuracy for this kind of data sets. So how much you need to ensure validation, calibration to ensure the best available data set or qualified data set to the policymakers? What is the NASA's position on that point? Thank you.
Yeah, so we spend a lot of time, validating our data and making sure that it's correct. And we combine satellite data both from NASA satellites as well as with other satellites. So we have projects with you. And then we also use surface observations and airborne science campaigns to help validate that. And so making sure that we have, accurate data and putting that out there. And then a lot of what we do is open science and open access. So we make sure that the data that we have is available and that we can, explain to people what we know and what we can see, and use that as information and feeding into other conversations. Other questions?
Hi, I'm Julianne with the American Chemical Society. And so I was wondering what else you're looking into in terms of materials for the planes and other aviation like transportation type aviation things in terms of reducing your carbon emissions.
Yeah, so we have, some of it has to do, I mentioned all electric aircraft. We're also working on hybrid aircraft for larger planes, and then also sort of just aircraft design to reduce efficiency. And so there's different ways we look at it. So both operations, design, fuels, propellant.
Thank you so much. It was such a great presentation. I wanted to ask about the security of all of this data, and basically, do you ever worry that like a foreign actor or someone will try to breach the data from coming in because there may be some environmental procedures that they're not satisfied with?
So as a scientist, I've been focusing on making sure that we collect the data and then make it public available. We do have people that look into that, but it's not me. But our big thing is, making sure it's available to everyone, it's accessible, and people know how to use it.
Yeah, I wanted to get a copy of your PowerPoint or whatever you call that, because that was pretty interesting the way it went through the different years and seasons and how it came out.
Everything I showed today is on NASA's website, and so I can follow up with you later about how to find it, but everything I've shown you is publicly available.
Hello, thank you for the great presentation. My name is Steve. I'm a student at the University of North Carolina, and I just have two questions. First, I know oceans is a big talk about recent carbon sinks. Are there any satellites or sensors that are measuring? I mean, obviously we can't measure deep ocean water carbon, but are there any sensors that measure surface carbon dioxide levels? And my second question is, there's also a lot of talks about ways to increase the ocean's capacity to store carbon, right? And one way is nutrient enhancement, and I feel like working with NASA will be a priority for these like NOAA or ocean agencies, because you can probably track like phytoplankton concentrations or just anything with that. So I was wondering, does NASA work with any ocean pavilions to advance future increasing ocean's capacity to store carbon?
So we work with other agencies, including NOAA, on a wide variety of science topics. We are a science agency, and so we're working on observations and modeling. And so for oceans, you were asking about surface versus depth. One of the things you can do is combine the surface observations that you get either from space or others with other forms of observation. So one of the things we look at is, the Argo floats. They can tell you temperature and the vertical profile of temperature. And that, we use that a lot in sea level rise sorts of information, and we can combine that with other data sets. In terms of upcoming ocean-related missions, so I mentioned surface water and ocean topography. I was focused on the water with respect to her question, but for yours, one of the things we'll be able to look at is how oceans move, and that matters for how you absorb carbon, and so trying to understand those processes better and the physics of the ocean. We also have another satellite upcoming a little further down the road called PACE that'll look at ocean color, and that's a way of understanding, the biology of the ocean.
G'day, my name's Donovan Burton from Australia, a company called Inform City. Thanks for the great presentation. Now, my question's around the scary end of scenarios. Is NASA exploring any modelling around geoengineering at all?
So we model a lot of things that are related. So one of the big things we're understanding is aerosols and clouds. And so we have some upcoming satellite missions that'll better understand aerosol cloud interactions. But we're understanding the physics of the system more.
Does NASA have capabilities, or where would the right place to be in terms of like early warning systems? I'm specifically thinking in terms of people with disabilities. And since they're not in specific cities or places, is there a way to get data in terms of their movements and, make positive change that way?
That's a great question. So I think, in terms of early warning systems, some of the information we have, we can do near real-time observations. I'm going to come back to the specific part of your question, but the ones that I'm thinking of, we actually have a fire information system, so we can look at where fires are burning and give you near real-time prediction of fires. Similarly, we can do this with some other areas of looking at near real-time. So we have some precipitation things, and we can do that. And this is where we also work with other agencies that can that partner and can take that information and take the next step with it.
Wonderful presentation. Kamil Wyszkowski, representing United Nations Global Compact. Very tricky question. How to deal with climate denialists among decision makers? That's our main, problematic area. How to work with them, how to convince them, using, for instance, the data you presented.
Could you repeat that? Sorry, I missed the first half.
Yeah, sure. How to deal with climate denialists among decision makers?
So our role as a science organization is to show people the science we have and to explain it to them as clearly as we can. And that's what we're doing. We can observe the Earth from space. We can see how it's changed over time. We understand from science what's driving those changes. It's human activity and greenhouse gases from human activity. And just explaining that as clearly as we can.
And I will note that at 1 o'clock, Dr. Anthony Lesowitz will be here, who works at the Yale Center for Climate Change Communication, and that is exactly what he studies. And he'll be over there at the high top tables, and you can talk to him in just a couple minutes.
I think we have one last question, Tom, right next to you.
Thank you, Dr. Calvin, for the fantastic presentation. I just wanted to ask if you had one favorite example of how these great data sets that you've been showing us informed good decision making by the U.S. government, or just something really exciting that happened based on this great data.
So it's hard to come up with one great example. I will just say that there's a lot of really, really fascinating data sets. I showed you some today. Some of the ones we were looking at earlier today were things looking at changes in massive ice sheets. And really sort of communicating what's happening there. I find the night lights is really compelling, particularly after an extreme event. So we could see things like power outages after storms, and I think that's really helpful in responding. And we work very closely with sister agencies to do that. On the technology side, which I didn't spend a lot of time on, I really enjoy learning about some of the work that we do in this transferring technology to communities and making sure people have access to it. So we've worked on formulating a fertilizer that directs nutrients at plant roots. In space, that's important because less to bring. On Earth, that means less runoff into rivers and lakes. And there's a lot of really great examples like that.
Hi, I have another question. So I'm curious to how much you can magnify and zoom in to different areas and the effect of carbon emissions from the military bases around the world.
So each satellite, the spatial resolution of the satellite depends on the specific satellite in its instrument, where it's orbiting, and so it would depend on what you're looking at, and I don't have a specific answer to that one right now. And with that, I think we're getting close to the end, so I'm going to thank you all for coming in, for all your great questions. The next event, Tom will let you know what's happening here next.
Thank you all for coming to the U.S. Center. There will be some good old NASA goodies if you come up to the podium area. Look at that, on cue. Feel free to go grab some NASA swag if you so desire. And at 1 o'clock, over there on the high top tables, we'll have Dr. Anthony Lesowitz from the Yale Center for Climate Change Communication, as well as Bernadette Woods-Plackey and Andrew Pershing from Climate Central. Climate Central does work in getting climate information to TV meteorologists, as well as doing attribution work. They'll both be over there at the high tops table, just sitting down, having casual conversations on climate. And that'll be at 1 o'clock. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the U.S. Center. I know the voice just kind of comes over everywhere. We have our Climate Conversations events taking place right now over at the High Tops table with Dr. Tony Lazowitz from the Yale Center for Climate Change Communication, as well as Bernadette Woods-Plackey and Andrew Pershing from Climate Central. Taking place over at the High Top tables. Feel free to come on up and have a conversation on climate. And we also have a key, so if someone dropped a key, I have it. So come please over here to the production area, and I have a key for you. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the U.S. Center. Our next event will begin shortly at 1:30 on how public-private partnerships are decarbonizing hard-to-abate sectors. Again, that'll be taking place at 1:30 in just a few minutes, so please take your seats. Hello and welcome to the U.S. Center and our event, How Public-Private Partnerships Are Decarbonizing Hard-to-Abate Sectors. It's my honor to introduce the moderator for this event, Annie Hills, Senior Advisor for the Special Presidential Envoy for Climate, John Kerry.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for joining today's panel on how public-private partnerships are decarbonizing hard-to-abate sectors. I'm really excited for this conversation. We have a fantastic set of panelists here today that I'll introduce briefly right now. We have Jim Andrew, who is the Chief Sustainability Officer of PepsiCo. We're lucky to have Valborg Lundegaard, who is the CEO of Aker Carbon Capture. We have Wendy Woods, who is a Senior Managing Director and Partner and the Vice Chair of Social Impact at the Boston Consulting Group. And we have Jake Levine, as I just learned, I thought it was Levin, who is the Chief Climate Officer at the U.S. Development Finance Corporation. So before we hop into our conversation, I want to give a little bit of context on the public-private partnership that we will be discussing for the first half of this conversation today. And that is really the First Movers Coalition, which is one of our flagship public-private partnerships on climate. The First Movers Coalition launched 1 year ago at COP26. It was launched by President Biden. And the idea of this coalition is to have companies come forward and make discrete, measurable commitments to buy near zero heavy industry products in 2030. So every one of our companies has stepped up, who has joined the First Movers Coalition to make a purchasing commitment in 2030. This is really tangible and real. And today we are lucky enough to have 65 companies who have joined our coalition. Some have made more than one commitment. We've launched it across sectors. So we have 85 commitments. And they are worth $12 billion in total. So this is a very, very exciting market signal that we're sending out. It's truly an unprecedented market signal for clean energy and innovative climate tech. I just want to quickly level set and let's make sure this works. All right, I'm not sure that this is going to go to the next slide. There we go. On what we're actually talking about, what sectors are we talking about when we talk about the hard-to-abate sectors? So we have launched, prior to this week, we launched in 6 sectors. We launched in shipping, trucking, aviation, steel, aluminum, and carbon dioxide removal. Just this week, Secretary Kerry announced a new commitment on concrete and cement. This is the most ambitious commitment on cement and concrete in terms of the level of carbon emissions that has been made in history. So really very exciting. Now, the final thing I just want to talk about today is a little bit of a framework for how to think about what has happened with the First Movers Coalition in the last year. And I'm glad to see my slide has moved forward. So as many of you know, we discussed this COP as the implementation COP. So how can we think about how we've implemented the First Movers Coalition? Well, a couple of things have happened. First, we've had new companies and government partners who have joined us. And we will talk to one of our very exciting new companies, PepsiCo. We'll hear from them today. In addition, our member companies are making progress towards their commitments. Because though these are 2030 commitments, you need to make those offtake agreements and start building up that supply today in order to hit these ambitious commitments that have been created. So we will hear from some folks about the actions that they're taking to make commitments that they have set. And the final thing is that governments are supporting our members meeting their commitment through supportive policy ecosystems. And not only does the U.S. sponsor this First Movers Coalition, but we actually have 9 other government partners. Today, since we're in the U.S. Center, we're going to focus a little bit on the great work that the U.S. is doing, and I can't wait for Jake to tell us a bit more about that. So with that as our introduction, I'm going to kick it off and hand over to our fantastic panelists. So first, Jim, I want to start with you, and I want to say a huge congratulations to PepsiCo. We are so thrilled to have you join the coalition, and I want to make it clear what a big deal this is. PepsiCo has joined the trucking and aluminum sectors, and I'm going to look down to make sure I get these numbers right. That is 10% of their aluminum in 2030 will be near zero aluminum. And by 2030, 30% of their heavy-duty trucks and 100% of their medium-duty trucks will be zero-emission trucks. So this is not just fluff. This is a huge deal. Jim, I would love to hear a little bit from you about why you guys decided to join the First Movers Coalition. And if I could interject a bit of my own personal thinking here, aluminum is one of the most exciting sectors that we have, and I'll tell you why. It's because we have members of the value chain here who are coming together and they're holding each other's hands to do this in partnership. So, for example, we have companies like Novelis who are actually producing the steel, working with companies, I'm sorry, the aluminum, I keep saying steel, who are producing the aluminum. We have companies like Ball who are actually creating aluminum products. And then we have companies like PepsiCo who are purchasing those aluminum products. So I'm really excited to hear a bit about how you think about that sector. Enough of my monologue. Over to you.
Great. Thanks very much, Annie. And we're thrilled as PepsiCo to join the First Movers Coalition. And the reason is because as a company, we're extremely committed to decarbonizing our entire operations. Last year, we announced a transformational program for the whole company that we call PepsiCo Positive. And it's really about how do we put sustainability squarely in the center of everything we do. And we've been very clear that it's the strategy of our company, it's the future of our company. And we set very ambitious goals, net zero by 2040 and 75% down in Scope 1 and 2 by 2030 and 40% in our Scope 3 by 2030. And that's a big deal because we're 93% Scope 3. So as we look at joining things like the First Movers Coalition, we know that this can't be done by ourselves. I always say this transformation that we're talking about, not only for our company, but for the entire world, it's a team sport. And I will partner with anyone who shares our goals. And so it's really about how do we create a demand signal? How do we let the world know that there are companies that want these products and services? Because then you can work back through the chain, and this will get to your point about aluminum in a second. this can work back through the chain so that we can not only work on the supply side, but we also work on the demand side. And those two go hand in hand because we all know that one of the biggest challenges that we have across the entire decarbonization, whether we're talking about agriculture, which is very important to us, or production or transportation, is that we need more money. And by creating firm demand signals, it unlocks capital. I know Jake's going to talk more about that later, but it really helps unlock capital. So if we talk about aluminum just for a second, for us, it is very exciting that there's the full value chain because, these are all systems problems, whether we're talking about transportation or cement or aluminum. These are systems problems. Any company working by itself can make great progress, but you can't get to zero or even close to zero. You need that whole value chain. And so being able to work end to end, being able to work on the systems unlocks in public-private partnership because we need a governmental we need a policy framework that works. We need financing and incentives that work. If we get the whole value chain together, we're in a lot better position to be able to solve the problems or the opportunities, how I prefer to think of them. I'm an optimist. Glass is always half full. If you can solve the opportunities much better because they fall in the spaces. They fall between companies. And by having us all together there, we can do that. So we're very excited to be a part of the First Movers Coalition. It's very important. These are two sectors that are very important to us. And we're really committed to not just as a company, we don't believe in having goals. We believe in achieving goals. And this we see as a great way to help with that.
Thank you so much, Jim. And if I could take your sports metaphor for 1 second, in order to be successful, you need a coach who really has a clear vision. And so I want to thank you again and PepsiCo for your leadership. Fantastic. Valborg, I'm really excited to have you on this panel as well. So a little bit about Aker. Aker ASA is a member of the First Movers Coalition, but Aker Carbon Capture, which you're the CEO of, is actually a critical member of the supply side. You are a technology that is going to be needed to actually help decarbonize these hard-to-abate sectors. So I would love to hear a little bit from you about how you see yourself fitting into the First Movers Coalition and how these demand signals have helped you to sort of chart your path.
Well, I had the pleasure of being in Glasgow a year ago and becoming a founding member of the First Movers Coalition, and it's absolutely fantastic what you have achieved so far. To many of you, Aker may be a new company, so a couple of words first. Aker has a 180-year history, starting with shipbuilding, moving into oil and gas, digitalization, and so on. We're over 30,000 employees with headquarters in Norway. But in 2020, in the middle of the pandemic, where we were all struggling, Aker saw that we just needed to make a new direction, and we developed a new division focusing on decarbonization. As part of that, Aker Carbon Capture, a pure-play company, was established. But the carbon capture technology was certainly not new to us. We have been working on this for almost 20 years, and we had proven that it worked. And that is why we were so ready now when we see that the CCS industry is moving. Our flagship project is the first carbon capture plant on a cement facility in the world. This is a project in Norway. Our customer is Heidelberg Materials, the German company, and the CO2 will be transported by ship and permanently stored on the Norwegian continental shelf. And the plant will be in operation in 2024. Cement is so unique. We worked with this customer since 2011. In order to prepare for the technology and the carbon capture plant. But also, they were working in parallel to reduce their energy consumption to energy efficiency, replacing fossil fuel with waste and biogenic waste. But still, in order to remove all the CO2 emissions from the cement industry, carbon capture and storage is completely necessary. Because over the 50% of the emissions come from the process itself. And that is why our technology is so unique, and this is now what we want to accelerate and scale.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And given that we just launched our cement and concrete sector this week, we are so thrilled that you guys are plugging into this ecosystem and helping to really do the hard work. So Wendy. First of all, I just want to say a huge thank you to Wendy and to the Boston Consulting Group. They are the knowledge partners of the FMC, so all of the guts and the details behind these pretty slide decks come from you all, so thank you. In addition to being a knowledge partner of the FMC, BCG has made an aviation and a carbon dioxide removal commitment. So I would love to hear a bit from you both about how reaching those commitments is going, that implementation question, and then also maybe if you could help the group understand why BCG felt that it was important to invest in the First Movers Coalition and how you saw it fitting into the ecosystem.
So maybe if I put it in context for a minute, BCG, a managing consulting firm, if you think about our emissions, Scope 1 and 2 are nothing for us. They were easy to deal with. They're basically done. Scope 3 is a big deal for us too. The vast majority of our emissions and the vast majority of our emissions is airline travel. So we had to make a commitment around airlines, and we have to find a way to make progress. We have made a net zero commitment in 2030. We've got 5 years plus to get there, and we know that we are going to have to actually make significant reductions in how much we're traveling, which we will do, but at the same time, we're going to have to actually figure out how to reduce the emissions that come from the travel that we will still need to do to spend time with our clients. So if we're going to reduce emissions, we can't use sustainable airline fuel that has a low bar, that is actually used with ethanol that has high emissions and things like that. We've actually got to align with the high bar that organizations like First Mover are setting. So the sustainable airline fuel bar that First Mover set was SAF 85, a reduction of 85% of the carbon emissions that come from that fuel. That's really aggressive. Right? It was a technology that exists, but it's one that's much harder to implement, that's much more expensive. And to Jim's point about demand signals, we have to find a way to move the market, to scale that technology, and to bring the price down. And to do that, you've got to start somewhere. And so we made a commitment for beginning to buy some of the SAF 85. And to work on this problem, to make progress, your question, we're having to work on it from every single dimension. So we're working with our airline suppliers, and we're signing contracts with them to buy SAF, sustainable airline fuel, on our behalf, right? We're pushing them to buy the deep decarbonized SAF, which is what we need to meet our commitments. We were super pleased to see the first U.S. airline sign a contract, Delta, for SAF 85 recently, which is really exciting. So that's one piece of progress. The other thing we're doing is we're actually having to work. Again, it's a team sport. We're having to work with the pooled procurement, the pooled purchasing mechanisms. So we have joined Neste, we have joined Sky Energy, we have joined a number of the pooled procurement mechanisms, and again, moving them to the extent we can nudge hard in the direction of the most decarbonized airline fuel for those pooled purchases. And then even more uniquely than that, we're actually working directly with producers of some of the leading technology, the power to liquid technology that may actually be some of the answers for the greatest decarbonization. And we are going directly, and hopefully, fingers crossed, very, very shortly, we will actually have a contract signed directly with one of those producers of airline fuel. So having to work at it to make progress from all different dimensions, but in terms of actually contracts for new technologies, in terms of airlines that are actually already purchasing the SAF 85 that we will need to make our commitments, actually some progress there, which is actually really exciting given FMC launched a year ago around this. That's the airline piece of it. You also mentioned we've made a commitment around the carbon dioxide removals portion of it. I'll shorten the story, but it's a very similar story in those lines that how do we work with pooled procurement and other organizations that are trying to do the same. Overall, to meet our net zero commitment, we're going to have to do 100,000 tons of the removals, kilograms of the removals. We've made half of that commitment with FMC for the permanence and the durability and that high bar that FMC is going for on this. And so working with the pooled procurement, working with very specific providers. So we've got a contract with Climeworks where they actually capture the emissions in volcanic rock, which is one of the more permanent solutions that we have to date. And so, again, trying to find ways to nudge in multiple directions to be catalytic and meet the high bar that FMC is setting around the standards on these. Now, why would we join? I think hopefully the first part of my answer made it part of it obvious, which is what we're all trying to do together is incredibly challenging. And organizations like First Mover that bring the organizations that are pushing the boundaries the furthest, the hardest, and setting the highest standards need to work together and need to learn from each other. And so I personally am expecting our participation with First Mover to help us meet our commitments to the world. And that's step one. The other thing is it actually enables us to serve our clients much better. We've got clients in every single sector that you're operating in. And just to take the aluminum producers, if we're going to be able to help our clients move on their net zero journeys as fast as they can, as aggressively as they can, with the biggest impact, we need to understand what the leading edge is and how to implement it. And that knowledge sharing and the unlocking that can actually accelerate is one of the important reasons that we're a part of this really exciting partnership.
That's fantastic, Wendy. Thank you so much. And I love the way I think you did a really great job crystallizing that the First Movers Coalition in each one of the sectors that we have launched in is setting the most ambitious threshold. So if we can see other, procurement activities thinking about, carve-outs towards that threshold, that is a really powerful movement. Now over to Jake. We've heard from 3 folks in the private sector. This is, of course, about public-private collaboration. So Jake, really excited to talk a little bit with you. I mentioned that the U.S. is trying to create an enabling policy environment and to do enabling actions for developing these emerging technologies. Jake, I would love to hear a little bit about the role that you see DFC playing, both for building up FMC supply, but just more generally for building up the kind of supply for these technologies that are needed.
Thank you so much, Annie, and thanks so much to the FMC members, partners in the private sector. I've learned a lot about the work that you're doing. I'm excited that we can work together. And it's really a pleasure to be here on behalf of DFC and alongside our wonderful partners in the SPEC office. As Secretary Kerry likes to talk about, this crisis is going to require a massive amount of investment. And there is no single government, there is no group of governments that can do it on its own. We have to mobilize investment from the private sector, and that's what DFC exists to do. We are the U.S. Development Bank. Our mission is to support economic development in the poorest parts of the world. And we do that by de-risking transactions in the private sector, mobilizing investment from the private sector through tools like guarantees, insurance, loans. Now, with our newly created authorities, equity investments, and technical assistance. And I think we're really thrilled to help supercharge the effort on FMC on the supply side, now that you guys have built this foundation of a demand pull around key sectors for deep decarbonization. Let me give you a little bit of an example. We've had the opportunity to be up on this stage sharing some of the work that we've done in the last year. DFC smashed its previous records. We did $2.3 billion of financing for climate-linked investments in FY22. Out of that $2.3 billion, $390 million went to projects in adaptation, another $200 million in projects that will deliver adaptation co-benefits. And we're being very deliberate about going to the market with a thesis for climate-linked investment across a diverse array of sectors and with private sector companies that can help us scale that work. We are now excited to engage on FMC. And I want to give a few examples of transactions that are FMC adjacent that I think could be really important models for what we're doing. This year, we invested $500 million in a loan for a U.S. company called First Solar to do solar panel manufacturing in India. They will produce 3.3 gigawatts of solar panels every year, and it's part of DFC's work to diversify the solar supply chain and not just build solar projects, but build the actual manufacturing supply chain upstream. We also put $30 million of equity into a company called TechMet. We now own 13% of this company. They are a responsible minerals mining and processing company that has operations around the world, critical for creating the types of materials that we will need to transform the transportation ecosystem, to electrify our vehicles, to produce the nickel, the lithium, the cobalt that will go into that. And something that's not been in the climate space, but it is relevant for the model that you all are building, is we supported vaccine manufacturing through an advanced market commitment by supporting Gavi and the Association of Governments that works to provide demand pull into the production of vaccines. And so we have a wonderful precedent in the healthcare space for how we can leverage advanced market commitments to create new industries and create scale. Now, one of the things that was so exciting about being up on this stage a couple days ago was we were able to sign a retainer letter with the Norwegian company, Scatec, whom we love working with, to build out a first-of-its-kind hydrogen production facility right here in Egypt. This is going to be a total $400 million project. There will be an offtake from the agricultural supply company Fertiglobe, and this will go into creating green ammonia for use in Egypt, for export, and for work in decarbonizing the agricultural sector. And hydrogen is such a key input to all of these industries that we're talking about in the industrial sector that we think that that can be a model not just for additional hydrogen deals, but for work that we're doing across the supply chains in the FMC sectors. Finally, I just want to note a big piece of what DFC is focused on is business development, because we know that in order to tackle the sectors of the future, we can't keep doing more of what we've been doing in the past. And so we have committed, as part of our FMC work, to a major push on business development to identify leads, to identify projects. We will be hosting a series of business seminars. I hope that our friends and colleagues from the private sector will participate so that we can find opportunities in the markets where we work, in emerging markets and developing economies, to support the supply-side production of cement, steel, aluminum, aviation fuels, and down the list. And we're really looking forward to participating together. Thank you.
Thank you. And Jake, I know we've talked about this a lot. I'm really looking forward to that engagement with you all, and I think it's so important to make sure that as we're building up this market for these emerging technologies to meet the advanced market commitments that the FMC has set, we're doing it in a way that is just and equitable, so it's fantastic to have you as a partner here. I promised that we would start by talking specifically about the First Movers Coalition, and then we would broaden our aperture a little bit to talk more generally about what needs to happen in terms of collaboration between public and private entities in order to make sure we're in the right place in this transition and we're on the right pathway towards 2030 and 2050. So I'm going to give the same question to each one of you, going back down the line again, which is just as you look forward to the next year, 2 years, 5 years, what is one thing that you would really hope to see in terms of collaboration between the public and private entities and ecosystems in order to unlock and get rid of some of the roadblocks that currently exist towards the types of innovations that we're talking about in the First Movers Coalition and in these industries? And Jim, I'll start with you.
Great, thanks. As I think about that question, Annie, I think to me it's how do we have more creative partnerships at scale? And we need more of them. We need more creative. I know who to partner with on the things that are immediately adjacent. What I don't know are the people or the organizations that I don't know. And, so I think organizations like this, First Movers Coalition, who are the people that we should be working with that we're not? Or who can we help that we're not? And then we need them at scale, right? PepsiCo is a very big company. We're $85-90 billion. We're 200 countries. Big companies do big things well. And so the real question for us, and I know for all the other companies, how do we do things at scale? Because that's really what's necessary to solve the kinds of problems we're talking about. And so if I were to say, what would I love to see more of, or what unlocks, it's those more creative partnerships, but importantly, they're end-to-end. They're looking at the entire system. So I talked about aluminum, but Let me just give you another example, and then I'm going to build off something Jake said, because I learned something in this today too, so that's great. PepsiCo has one of the largest private truck fleets in America and many other countries around the world. We have 5,000 trucks in Egypt. We have 70,000 plus vehicles in the United States. And we are actively transitioning that fleet to low and no emission vehicles. But there's a really big impediment. And the impediment is you're a driver, you're delivering food to 20 stores in a given day. You need to be able to recharge your electric vehicle, assuming you could buy it in the first place. You need to recharge your electric vehicle in a convenient location quickly. That means that the grid has to be working. That means there has to be power supplies and charging, on and on and on. Again, these are systems problems. And so as I think about how, and oh, by the way, that grid that charges it has to be clean, because otherwise, we're just putting a different kind of dirty fuel into the vehicle. So more creative partnerships at scale is what I think is one of the biggest unlocks. And just the final point I'll make is, I was listening to Jake, and I think the point you just talked about green hydrogen in Egypt as an input, again, systems problem, is an input to the fertilizer industry, potentially. We locally grow through a whole network of farmers 400,000 tons of potatoes a year in Egypt. 400,000 tons. And having access to low or no carbon fertilizer would be a tremendous unlock. So again, systems problems, more creative partnerships at the kind of scale we need to solve these problems.
Thank you. That is really, really well put. And I will say, in terms of tying that trucking example together all the way through to the infrastructure, what I will tease is watch this space for the First Movers Coalition. We may be launching in full an infrastructure pillar with a lot more detail very soon. Valward, over to you.
Yeah. So when I'm asked, what can we do? It's very easy to point at others. I always start with what can we do as a company, Aker Carbon Capture. And what everyone is challenging us on is the cost. It's too expensive to implement carbon capture and storage. So we work on the cost. In 2012, we delivered a technology center Mongstad in Norway. It's the most sophisticated carbon capture technology center in the world, and it's commercial scale. Right now, we are delivering a similar size carbon capture plant to a waste-to-energy provider in the Netherlands. And since that first-of-a-kind technology center to what we can offer right now, we have reduced the cost with almost 90%. And that is due to standardization, modularization, experience we have from offshore complex developments. And this is what we need to do going forward as well with these big plants. We need to use the experience we have, and we need to move from the first-of-a-kind projects and then to more commercial. But we need the first bold movers, and we need to support those companies that are willing to take the first step. And also, for the second plant, not start from scratch, build onto the learnings. So when it comes to the collaboration between governments and private sector, I would say back again to the cement industry, because the public sector is such a large procurement of cement. And here there is, if there is a joint initiative here that we will really change the cement industry, we want cement in accordance with the First Mover Coalition standard, then we can change the whole industry. And that is what we need to do.
Thank you. And I'll just say, just building off of your comments, one of the things that I think is so, and it's to this point of that, there's the first cement plant, and then, you go down the road on that. One of the things that is so great about our 65 companies who have made these commitments to purchase at a green premium in some cases, although hopefully things like the IRA may reduce that green premium from 2030. Companies who are committing to buy down at this higher cost will actually help bring these technologies down the cost curve over time for other folks to get involved and to sort of follow in the first movers' footsteps with a bit more ease. So I just want to say that's another great aspect of this coalition. Over to you, Wendy.
Sure. So as I think about your question on partnerships, I really want to focus on that public-private part of it, because understanding the barriers and the right communication between public and private is so important. And what I'm going to say is going to sound really boring at first, but it unlocks a massive part of solving the climate crisis that we're all grappling with. And the first thing I'm going to talk about is policy and regulation. And as you think about the potential for private sector innovation, it needs to be done in the framework of the regulation that exists in the public sector. And Jim, you mentioned grid, and charging stations need permits, and those need to move on a timeline that gets them in the right places. And if that doesn't happen, those trucks don't get charged, right? There are so many examples of how we need that policy and regulation. One other I'll give you is just on cement. Concrete and cement just launched. Well, 80% of the emissions that come from cement come from one of the additives called this clinker or limestone thing, right? Now, the regulations for buildings in most geographies in many municipalities do not allow substitution of that. So how are we going to do deep decarbonization? Of course we need to focus on safety. Of course we need to make sure that the regulations are aligned with overall what we're trying to achieve. But how do we make sure that the public sector regulations are aligned with the innovation fast in the private sector that allows appropriate, safe, decarbonized solutions in the cement industry? So that's one. Sounds boring when I say it, but it's a big unlock. I think if we can focus on things like that, it will actually help a tremendous amount. The second thing I'm going to say is public procurement and the engagement with the private sector around public procurement. If we just look at that concrete and cement piece of things, anyone want to guess how much of the procurement for that is public sector versus private sector? I'll give it away. 50% globally. 50% of the procurement is done by the public sector. We're talking about small commitments from the private sector around what they can do when they purchase. Right? If governments around the world and the 50% purchasing power that they have with their procurement can start actually focusing on the decarbonized versions of this too, that's a huge unlock. So when private sector technological innovation pairs with and effectively pairs with on short timelines because there's good communication of those barriers, that is a really big unlock to accelerating the pace of that scaling of volumes and driving those green premiums down.
Great. Thank you so much, Wendy. Jake, I'm curious for your thoughts on this question, but also just, given that you have a slightly different perspective as a member of the public sector.
Thanks, Annie. So the panel sort of scooped me a little bit because my initial thought on the response was so frequently we talk about scale, and that's really important, and I want to talk about that. But I also think one of the things that we need to do better in order to scale is to be specific. And I think so I would say scale and specificity, but I also want to say this against a sort of a different backdrop, which is that there is so much opportunity to be driving this work in the markets where we work, which are places that probably most folks aren't thinking about. Jim and I were talking earlier, I think you said 60% of PepsiCo's business is overseas. We have $3 billion of work in India right now. $3 billion of exposure. These are major, massive scale projects. And that's a model for all kinds of markets around the world. And for DFC, the constraint for us is not capital deployment. I have to be a little careful about what I say because there may be some of our appropriating committees walking around. But we really, as a practical matter, do not have a constraint in terms of the amount of capital that we can deploy. We are authorized to go up to $60 billion of assets under management. We're halfway there. As we go up, others come off. It's going to take us time. And I think really the constraints that we face in so many markets are of the flavor that Wendy was talking about in terms of policy, regulation, enabling environment. And when you ask the question of how do you specifically identify what those problems are, there's a lot of them, and each one of them takes a significant amount of effort, expertise, talent, and resources to address. So I think about one project, for example, that we learned of just this week at COP, which we're going to look at as a potential green steel project on the west coast of Africa, where there's a tremendous renewable energy resource, both wind and solar, and there's already a lot of infrastructure in terms of mining and export of raw material that is sort of missing the value-added processing for decarbonization. But this process, what you're talking about is you're not just talking about building one machine that's going to decarbonize this material. You're talking about building a new port. You're talking about building roads. You're talking about building a gigawatt scale of new generating capacity that is beyond the demand capacity of most countries. And that is going to require billions and billions of dollars of financing for one project. And we need 50 of these projects to reach the scale that ultimately FMC is talking about. And so I think that the thing that for us stands so much in the way of deploying all that capital that we have is identifying those regulatory challenges, the enabling environment, finding the partners in government who can help unlock and clear a pathway so that we don't get stuck in a 5-year-long bureaucratic process for getting the permit or for getting the license approved or for getting the road built.
Thank you, Jake. And I love when we talk in the specifics. I think it makes it really real and really clear what needs to happen. I also think it's a bit of a sobering view of the challenge ahead of us. I'm going to try to take the glass half full approach that Jim mentioned earlier and end on a bit of a more uplifting note as well, which is I would love to just hear from each of you sort of a quick reaction on what's one thing that you've seen happening within the public-private ecosystems that makes you feel optimistic about this transition. And Jim, I'll start with you.
I think there's been, if not a sea change, at least a large river flowing of a recognition that the private sector not only can be partners, good partners with public sector and civil society, but if we're actually going to do what we need to do, it has to be. It has to be at the table. It has to be a part of it. I think at PepsiCo, we believe there's a role for all types of organizations. There's absolutely, and we've heard some great examples, a role for the public sector, regulation, de-risking. We haven't talked a lot about that, but clear policies around de-risking and incentivization. There's also a role for civil society, and we partner with a large number of them. I think what the private sector can bring, it is increasingly recognized, and it's one of the things that makes me encourage is companies are very good at actually getting things done. And this is the implementation top. Companies wake up every day and they figure out how to implement stuff. And if they don't, they go out of business one way or the other. And so I think that realization, with all the appropriate caveats and concerns and all, but I think that realization that together, all types of organizations, if we work together collaboratively, we can get so much more done. You can't change the world simply by regulation. Conversely, you're probably not going to change it the way you want simply by incentives, right? And no one of those groups can do it by themselves without the support of the others. So I think that dawning realization, and it's moving from the intellectual, the head to the heart, which is, we all have to find a way to do this. We have to work together. I think we've come so far, really just quite recently. I mean, if you think about COP 2 years ago, 3 years ago, last year, Glasgow, many people saying it was really the first COP where business really was involved. I haven't been to enough of them to know, but, I've heard that from enough people. Certainly here, I think you've seen, things like First Movers Coalition. You've seen business very involved. I think that's what gives me the most optimism because when we all do it together, then I get optimism that we'll make the kind of progress that we need to make.
Thank you, Jim. Valborg, over to you.
Yeah. So when we established our pure play company in 2020, we got requests for carbon capture plants from all over the world, and we had to prioritize. And at that time, we looked at the market with customer, but also the maturity of the regulations, the regulatory regime. And we decided to prioritize Northern Europe with Scandinavia, Benelux, and UK, because that was where this regulatory regime was most mature. And since then, we've also seen EU moving forward. However, now, and it's nice to say that, being at the US Pavilion, something big has happened in the US. And we were certainly taken by surprise one day in August when the Inflation Reduction Act was signed. That came as a surprise. You know, our share price increased with 12% that day, I can tell you. We've had a lot of investors from the US. They are looking for pure play company. The investor market is certainly ready. Now the industry needs to move as well. But I believe with the Inflation Reduction Act, which is a very different mechanism from what we have in Europe. In Europe, we have the stick with the ETS. You have chosen the carrot, which is much more, business driven, I would say. I'm looking forward to the next couple of years when we will see this market accelerate in the US.
So what I'm hearing is we should look for an Acker carbon capture plant in the U.S. sometime soon.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. Wendy, over to you.
Yeah, and I'll start in the exact same place. The amount of opportunity going forward that the IRA has unleashed is really a sign that I think we can all take a lot of encouragement from and a lot of optimism going forward. But more specifically, if we talk about why I'm optimistic about FMC, I actually think FMC in a short year has actually already demonstrated that a rising ambition level can be met. And again, I'll be specific. When the conversations around what's the ambition level, what's the bar going to be to qualify for a first mover coalition commitment in steel was being said, I think there was a lot of concern that we don't even think this is possible. How would we ever actually decarbonize that much? And yet we now, today, have contracts that are already signed between auto manufacturers and steel manufacturers that meet that level of ambition. And so the fact that First Mover Coalition can show what's possible and in a short year actually then deliver on actually realizing the start of that really high level of ambition is, I actually think, a real sign of optimism. And then if I close where I started when I talked about for BCG and the work that we're having to do from so many different angles and all of the steps of the value chain to meet our commitments, I'll tell you, when we started doing this a number of years ago, you know, finding even the first person to partner with was actually hard. Now there's a proliferation of organizations that are trying to do the same thing that we can partner with, that are all pushing in the same direction. And certainly First Mover is one example of those who want to be the leaders. But Breakthrough Energy Partnership that is also working on direct air capture and green hydrogen and all of these things that are these leading edge technologies that we're going to need at scale and at least power on the cost is really exciting. And so I think the proliferation of the actors all pulling in the same direction and the constructiveness of the partnerships around those things would be the third reason I'd have for optimism.
Thank you, Wendy. That's fantastic. And Jake, over to you.
Thanks, Annie. And you do realize, I think this question is designed for DFC. You're talking to the public-private, like we are the incarnation of the spirit of public-private. That's why we exist. And
that's why you're on the panel.
Thank you. And, you know, it is true, and it is inspiring, that everywhere around the world where we work, the private sector is solving the most challenging problems that exist. I think about the work that we're doing to support Eastern Europe in the aftermath of Russia's brutal, outrageous invasion of Ukraine, where entire countries now have an energy supply that is completely uncertain, 150% higher cost, no longer in existence. And we've come in and we've guaranteed companies to diversify supplies. We've come in and we're financing projects to create new energy supplies, new electricity supplies, infrastructure that can connect and provide coherence between Eastern Europe and Central and Western Europe to secure that supply. That's something only the private sector and government can do together. We look at the climate impacts that's happening in Pakistan. I was there a couple weeks ago, and DFC has almost $500 million of exposure in Pakistan. We have 5 wind projects producing about 250 megawatts of wind. We have a lot of capital deployed with financial services companies for on-lending, for microfinance. And already we have deployed capital that has gone to loss recovery for farmers, smallholder farmers, who have lost their cattle. And instead of having to make a claim, they're working on a parametric, innovative insurance system that allows them to simply claim, just take the payment. It's a wonderful example of inclusive finance in the worst possible, most devastating situation that you could imagine. And I think the same will be true of the FMC, and that's what makes me feel so hopeful about our joining. I don't know what we'll find when we do these business seminars and we make a call to the private sector to say, hey, tell us what you are producing, what supplies can you deliver? But I'm pretty confident that we're going to find some stuff. I think that the history suggests that when government sets a goal and lays out an ambition and partners with the private sector to do that, the private sector then kicks into gear the ingenuity, the innovation. It comes together cheaper, faster, and more effective than anybody thought it would. And so that's why we're confident in participating, because we think we can be successful.
Fantastic, Jake. Thank you so much. Well, that was my last question. If I could just sort of wrap up with a couple of the themes that I was hearing. As my boss, Secretary Kerry, often says, the scale of this problem is just so big that we will not be able to do it as the public sector alone. We can't do it with just one government. We can't do it without the private sector as well. And I will go back to Jim's apt metaphor of the sports team. We are really building some great teams together here, bringing together finance, bringing together the private sector, bringing in the public sector as well. You know, I think we are humbled by the challenge before us, but I hope we're assembling the right team and have some reasons to feel good about what's happened in the last year and where we might be in the coming years as well. So thank you all so much for joining us here today, and thank you to our panelists.
Hello, and thank you for coming to the U.S. Center. Again, we really do appreciate everyone attending our events. The next event will be at 3 o'clock here at the U.S. Center, a recharged U.S. climate and energy landscape, galvanizing business solutions for net zero, and that'll be occurring here at 3 o'clock at the U.S. Center. And once again, thank you so much for coming to the U.S. Center for these events.
culminating towards the very end after having listened and listened and listened.
My biggest surprise was being asked to do the job. It was a welcome surprise, a happy accident, if you like.
My biggest surprise was to notice how, when I was able to go beyond the head-to-head conversation and have a heart-to-heart conversation, how do we turn up in the world as humans? Those conversations were transformative.
Hello. Hello and welcome to a recharged U.S. climate and energy landscape, galvanizing business solutions for net zero. And now I'd like to welcome to the stage the president of C2ES, Nat Cohan.
My main accomplishment was having some music. That's on? Okay. Well, thanks so much for joining today's discussion. We've got a great session for you today. I'm Nat Cohan, and I run the Center for Climate and Energy Solutions, or C2ES. Our mission is to accelerate the transition to a thriving, just, and resilient net zero economy. And since our founding more than 20 years ago, we've worked with policymakers, with business leaders, and other stakeholders to build support for ambitious and effective climate policies and business action. Our thesis is really that doing that can grow the economy, can improve people's lives, can create good jobs, and can cut carbon emissions at the pace and scale we need. And so today we're very pleased to be in partnership with our friends at the Business Council for Sustainable Energy and the Edison Electric Institute to look at a reinvigorated U.S. climate and energy policy landscape and how companies are responding with their investments in solutions. We've seen really significant gains in the last year since COP26 a year ago. Just a few months ago, as everyone knows, the U.S. passed the Inflation Reduction, the Congress and President Biden signed the Inflation Reduction Act, which will help cut U.S. emissions by up to 40 or 42% below 2005 levels by 2030, a huge down payment towards putting the U.S. on a path to meeting its 2030 target and reaching net zero commitments by 2050. We've also continued to see that whole of government approach to tackling the climate crisis, with all federal agencies engaged in doing their part to reduce emissions, build climate resilience, and spur the market demand we're going to need for a low-carbon future. So with that, first up, I'd like to introduce the National Climate Advisor to the President of the United States, Ali Zaidi. Ali.
Hey everybody, it's so good to see you. And it's so good to be back at the United Nations Climate Conference a year later. I remember seeing many of you a year ago in Scotland, and I think rightfully the question was, okay, so America's back at the table, we've rejoined the Paris Agreement, but will you deliver the goods? And I think the news here in Sharm el-Sheikh is that President Biden went back from Glasgow and he passed a bipartisan infrastructure law, the largest investment in our infrastructure in decades, and infrastructure built in a way that is going to withstand the effects of climate change, and infrastructure built in a way that's going to facilitate our shift to clean energy. Just a few months later, fast forward, and we passed the Inflation Reduction Act, the single largest investment in tackling the climate crisis and tapping into the opportunity for our communities, for our workers, for our people that taking on clean energy represents. And the reason we're able to do all of this work is because in the United States, and this is the message I've been trying to get out, so I hope you'll amplify, the political economy around clean energy and climate is going up. And it's because more and more people recognize that by leaning in to this challenge, we're actually leaning in to an opportunity. We're creating jobs that are good paying, that can support the middle class. It's good to see some CEOs here who are hiring union workers, paying them a good wage and good benefits. That's the way we like to do it in the Biden administration. And it's lifting up communities that had been, for years, written out, left behind. You know, there are literally tracts in the United States. I went to one of these places in Toledo, brownfield, totally gone, that now is the site of a clean steel factory. With United Steelworkers, by the way, producing steel that's 50% cleaner than what we would have imported otherwise. That's the clean energy opportunity for our communities. And when we think about it, in the context, the macroeconomic context that's in front of us right now, it's an opportunity to meet the American people where they are in terms of their concerns around costs and their concerns around security and supply chains. This is our answer not only to the planetary crisis, but to the real things that people feel in their lives every day. Whether it's looking at the hurricanes or the wildfires or the droughts that are attacking their communities, or it's looking at the rising costs or the war in Ukraine and its impacts on the energy markets, or it's thinking about what job am I going to be doing in 5 years or 10 or 15. So thing number one that I want to share with you is there's a reason to be hopeful right now. The folks who were optimistic a year ago, and we don't always get to say this, the folks who were optimistic a year ago that were part of the coalition of the willing, they've been vindicated. And you'll hear more about that from the President of the United States later today. The second thing I want to talk about is the decisive decade, right? You all have read maybe you haven't read all the IPCC report. Maybe not. But you can pretend. But look, you don't need to go on Mount Mauna Loa to know what the atmospheric concentration of CO2 is. You don't have to flip through every page of the IPCC report to know Code Red is manifesting itself in our communities every single day. That's why a big part of the conversation at this COP is about how we adapt and become more resilient in the face of this risk. But what does decisive decade mean? It cannot mean that you make a commitment and then you undermine it. That happens. That happens. There's greenwashing in the world. If you're a corporate in this moment, this is not the time to launch a committee for your board. It's the time to do what some of these guys are doing. It's time to green light capital projects. It's time to put steel in the ground. It's time to take risk on your capital, because failing to take that risk is the biggest risk that we can all face. And that's the risk that we fail to meet this moment. So the decisive decade, I like to say, the decisive decade is about delivery. That's what we'll be judged by. And you know, part of the reason President Biden was able to pass the bipartisan infrastructure law, the Inflation Reduction Act, part of the reason you'll hear from Senator Cardin and the United States Senate, Speaker Pelosi, House of Representatives, part of the reason, though, is young people, right? They have changed the politics of what's possible. And their hopefulness is not an inexhaustible resource. It's got to be met halfway with action, with delivery, not with words, but again, steel in the ground. So that's thing number two. Number one is we were optimistic last year. Some of us were just a bunch of skeptics. I'm sure you'll write the skeptical story again this year. But those who were optimistic, they were vindicated, and that means we should keep at it. Number two is this is the decisive decade, and it's time to deliver. Number three is actually on topic. So thanks for bearing with me. When I think about the electricity sector, the first thing I think about is the path we've come. In the United States, the electricity sector has been leading the way. It's been leading the way. And it's been pulling along the rest of the economy. When you think about all of these decarbonization pathways, clean electricity is like the blood in all of these decarbonization pathways. That is the thing that flows through, that animates the muscles, that moves us in the right direction. And here's why. Industrial sector. We had an old way of producing steel and iron. Now we can do it with electric arc furnaces. Electricity. Agriculture sector. We were running our tractors on diesel, now we can run them on electricity. And by the way, that fugitive methane, we can turn it into electricity. Transportation sector, largest consumer of petroleum products. Well, in the United States, we've got $100 billion of private capital lined up to accelerate us in the direction of electric. And by the way, a year ago, not to keep knocking on the cynics, when President Biden signed an executive order saying we're going to get to 50% electric vehicle sales by 2030, I know the electricity CEOs were like, heck yeah. But everybody else was like, I don't know. Can you do that? Well, we're doing it in America. We're doing it with the United Auto Workers. We're doing it with American Steel. We're doing it with the technology that we once invested in and invented, but then failed to produce. Now we're making it in America. We're pretty excited about that. Let me say, when we say made in America, it's not just a thing of hubris. It is us leading by example. It's us saying clean energy is not just something that's good, it's something that we are going to put our labor and our talent and our treasure against. And if there's a sense that there's a race to the top, good. Let's race to the top on clean energy solutions. So last thing I want to say about electricity, and I think the point about the pie growing and not shrinking should be exciting for the capitalists among us. But let's also think about who has the power in this moment. I think that's a heavy topic, right? I often say climate action is a conversation about power, and people think I'm talking about Pedro Pizarro. Electricity. No. I'm talking about who has the power in this moment. We have gone out of our way as part of the Inflation Reduction Act to make sure we're lifting up different models of deploying electricity. Distributed power, rural cooperatives, public power. We got to do it all. And this goes to my point about there's a really big pie. Folks, if we're going to get to where we want to go, 100% carbon-free electricity by 2035, that means we need hydropower, that means we need advanced nuclear, it means we need geothermal and solar and wind and pumped hydro and lithium. We need it all, and we need all the business models and all the approaches and all the people pulling their hardest to move us in the right direction. So, thing number one, be hopeful. You earned it. All of you. Thing number two, decisive decade means delivery of results. So let's get to work. And thing number three, we're going to need all of these tools, moving together as quickly as we can if we're going to recharge and repower our economy in a way that's clean, that's sustainable, and that's what our kids deserve. So thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Ali, for joining us today. Now, next up, I'd like to introduce Senator Ben Cardin of Maryland. Senator Cardin chairs the Senate Small Business and Entrepreneurship Committee and the Senate Environment and Public Works Committee, subcommittee on Transportation and Infrastructure. He's also a senior member of the Foreign Relations and Finance Committee. Senator Cardin has been an integral part of helping to advance climate policies that create jobs, advance innovation, and promote equity and justice. Senator, thank you for your leadership in promoting and in getting the Inflation Reduction Act across the finish line, and thank you for joining us today.
Thank you very much. It really is a pleasure to be here. Even though we just finished our elections on Tuesday, we flew overnight to get here. We're jet lagged, but we're excited. We wanted to be here. I'm here with Senator Sheldon Whitehouse and Senator Ed Markey, along with, of course, Speaker Pelosi and the House delegation, because of the urgency of this issue. We want to make it clear that we're all in. and I was listening to Ali's comments, all of the above, absolutely. So let me thank the Center for Climate and Energy Solutions, the Business Council for Sustainable Energy, and the Edison Electric Institute. Thank you all for hosting this. Let me make it clear. There's an urgency here. We're already past the time that we should have acted more aggressively. We're paying a heavy price because of the delay. Further delays is another multiplier effect. We've got to act now decisively. The costs are severe, and that's one of the reasons we wanted to underscore that message. But I want to go a little bit further than what Ali said. We need everyone involved in this. This has got to be a global effort. We need all 197 countries doing everything they possibly can to reach these targets and exceed these targets by these dates. I was asked a little bit earlier, are we going to meet our target? My answer is yes, but I hope we do it earlier. We've got to be more aggressive. The stakes are just too high. And it can't be done by government alone. We need you. We need the private sector. That's why I'm so excited about this discussion that's taking place. Galvanizing business solutions for net zero. So I come here with really good news. America is back. Now, we said that we were going to come back. President Biden said that at the beginning of his term, we're coming back into Paris. So you know we were coming back. We said we were coming back. But we've now acted. We've given you the reason why we are optimistic about America's leadership. We saw that with President Biden's executive orders and his actions and how he's energized his cabinet to focus on climate issues. And we've seen it by Congress passing the most significant legislation ever for climate. We got it done. And in case you haven't looked, in this Congress, the Senate's divided 50-50. The House has a few margin for the Democrats, and we got it done. We passed the bipartisan infrastructure bill, and we passed the Inflation Reduction Act, which gives us the tools to meet America's obligations. So we are extremely excited about where we are. We can celebrate. As Ali said, there's reason to be optimistic. We can celebrate. But we can't be too optimistic because we know what the stakes are involved here. We've got to get this done. I want to talk first, if I might, about the bipartisan infrastructure bill, because it doesn't get quite the attention that the Inflation Reduction Act did. But I serve on the Environment and Public Works Committee. I chair the Infrastructure Subcommittee. Tom Carper was supposed to be here. He got COVID. That's the reason why he's not here. But Senator Carper did an incredible job, the Environment and Public Works Committee, working with the House, to put climate into a bipartisan infrastructure bill, to establish the infrastructure we need to energize the private sector so that we can move quicker towards electrifying our transportation fleet. We did the first chapter of our justice issues, our environmental justice issues in the infrastructure bill. But the big down payment was in the Inflation Reduction Act. I'm not going to go through all the provisions. I could go through a $369 billion reason why this is an important bill, or $270 billion in tax credits. And if that doesn't get the business community excited, I don't know what can get you excited. And this is now, you don't have to wait every year for an extender bill to decide whether we're going to continue or not this credit. You've got predictability. That means investors can depend upon the policy. They don't have to wait to see whether there's going to be an omnibus extension or not on our tax bills. And we allow you to monitorize the program so that you can have transferability. We created a level playing field. We're reducing the green premium you used to have to pay if you wanted to do a green project. That's what we're trying to do. We like to give you a bonus, and in some cases we are giving you a bonus. We went into some existing areas and some new areas. Ali talked about all areas. Well, we have now a nuclear production tax credit. We didn't have that before. Why wasn't nuclear on a level playing field? That helps us meet our targets. We also now have lots of credits for new technologies. We want you to innovate, come up with new ideas. And we have clean energy manufacturing. It sparks innovation. It's for all sectors. Yes, energy's in it, transportation's in it, agriculture's in it, all areas. And we really double down on environmental justice. And I'm really proud about that because there's a lot of discussion here about justice issues, particularly on financing. Well, we doubled down in the United States and saying we're going to go to those communities that have been the most impacted by our irresponsible actions, and we're going to help them reconnect communities that were divided by ill-advised transportation areas. I have one in Baltimore I'm particularly interested in. Or we're going to deal with the entrepreneurship. I chair the small business community. We need entrepreneurs in all communities. We reach out to small businesses and help them in the traditionally underserved communities. We work out for workforce. We need the workers, and we're going to make a special effort in underserved communities. The bottom line is that 2021, clean energy generation was 40%. Under the Inflation Reduction Act, we're going to get to 60 to 81% by 2030. And yes, we're on track for 100% by 2035. This is a win-win-win situation. Yes, a win for the environment, but a win for cost issues, for bringing down energy costs and creating jobs. And yes, we're removing our dependency on autocratic regimes that don't share our values for their energy sources. So we're extremely excited about this. Ali mentioned the transportation sector. Yes, the transportation sector exceeded the energy sector in 2016 on our greatest challenges. It will take some time. You can't convert overnight to electric vehicles, but we took a giant step forward in the Inflation Reduction Act to do just that. So we're going to accelerate this, and we're extremely optimistic. I want to thank Kristen Seaman from General Motors for the elimination of the tailpipe emissions in new light-duty vehicles by 2030 and becoming a carbon neutral in its production and operations by 2040. That's the type of commitments we need from the business community. One last point. We are very happy about what we've done, but we're not finished. We've got to do more. Congress needs to do more. And yes, we will be talking about the equity issues. Every place I go, they talk to me about financing globally. We've got to be engaged in that. America has to lead, not just in what we do in our own country, but to help in the global community in financing the transition to environmentally friendly infrastructure rather than the traditionally old-fashioned infrastructure that we started with. So we have to be able to do that in a fair way. And part of that is to try to find a way to finance this. And putting a true cost on carbon would be one way to do that. I promised Senator Whitehouse I would mention that since he's been our great champion on this. So we celebrate. We're giving you the tools to innovate. We're not finished. We have a lot more to do, but there is reason to be optimistic this year. Thank you for what you do. Thank you to the business community. Thank you for all for trying to make this a reality.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Senator Cardin. So we heard from Ali and we heard from Senator Cardin about the essential importance of the electric power sector in powering the clean energy transition. And for our next panel, we have two really far-seeing, far-thinking leaders from the power sector to talk about what all those policy gains we heard about mean for their industry. So I'd like to invite the next panel to come up. Pedro Pizarro is president and CEO of Edison International, and Ralph Izzo is executive chairman of PSE&G, and Lisa Jacobson, president of the Business Council for Sustainable Energy, will moderate. Over to you.
Thank you very much. It's really a pleasure to be here Wow, what amazing remarks we just heard. I'm very proud to be a resident of the state of Maryland right now. Thank you very much, Senator Cardin. That was terrific. And it's wonderful to be with the two of you. We have so much to talk about. Let's hop right into it. Both of your companies have long-term and near-term goals as it relates to reducing carbon emissions. A lot of work to do, but you came here to Egypt, to COP27. I'm just so pleased that you're here to talk a little bit with us. Tell us about your companies, your approaches to emissions reductions, and what you're hoping to accomplish here at the COP.
That's the one you had, right?
We'll juggle for you in a moment. Thanks.
How about this? Great. We will juggle the mics next. Lisa, thanks very much. So a little bit about Edison International. We have Southern California Edison, utility serving 15 million residents in California. We also have Edison Energy, which is serving large corporate clients globally, about a quarter of the Fortune 100. COP is an excellent environment to share ideas with other leaders from around the globe, to demonstrate our commitment to what needs to be done, and to, frankly, keep the ball moving forward. A little bit about how we're doing that. At Edison Energy, by serving corporates, we're helping them with sustainability, we're helping them with fleet electrification, we're helping them with renewables procurement. At Southern California Edison, we have the benefit of being in California, which is happy now to see the United States follow suit. But we had carbon targets long ago. In fact, they were just codified into law. The state's committed itself to net zero by 2045. And our company has committed itself to net zero across scopes 1, 2, and 3 also by 2045. We've done analysis looking at how the economy gets there in the cheapest way possible. And it's using clean electricity to electrify a lot of the economy. 3/4 of passenger vehicles, 90% of buildings by 2045. Clean fuels for things that are a little tougher to electrify, carbon capture. But closing on the theme of equity, we see this transition being one that actually is affordable for consumers in the long run. Yes, there are investments up front that need to be made. And we feel a sense of urgency because in California, we're also feeling the brunt of climate early on with wildfires and that impact. But our analysis says that the average consumer will see their total energy bill, gas, gasoline, electricity, go down by 1/3 in real terms by 2045 because of the greater efficiency of electric appliances. So that means that this transition can be affordable and therefore it can also be equitable because it can leave no one behind.
I think this one works. Thanks, Pedro. It's kind of scary. We run nuclear power plants and the microphone gives us a little bit of a difficulty. So we're here for two reasons. Number one, to support the administration because there has been phenomenal progress over the past year. And I don't need to repeat what Ali mentioned, and to support the Congress because of the phenomenal progress they made. The second reason why we're here is to learn. PSEG has committed to be net zero by 2030 in its Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions. That's going to be pretty easy for us. We generate 30 terawatt hours of carbon-free electricity today. It's nuclear power. That's 30 billion kilowatt hours, if that unit is more familiar to you. We're a partner with Ørsted in offshore wind leases off the coast of New Jersey. And we are also part of the United Nations Race to Zero. By September of 2023, we will file our science-based targets for Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3 emissions. And Scope 3 is going to be an enormous challenge for us. We're making a down payment on that right now by investing $300 million a year on energy efficiency. As Nat mentioned, I'm the executive chairman of PSEG. It won't surprise you, the G is natural gas. So Scope 3 and natural gas is a huge challenge for us, but one that we're eager to tackle. We can't lose sight of the fact that in the United States and in most countries, electricity represents only 18% of the energy that's used. So if we're going to electrify the rest of the economy and make up that other 80%, there are some enormous challenges that are before us in terms of building the carbon-free supply, which we believe nuclear has to be a big part of. So I'd say net zero by 2030, SBTI targets that we'll be submitting by September of next year that will include Scope 3 and have a significant component related to natural gas.
Thank you. Let's talk a little bit about technology. Appreciate what you were saying, Ralph and Pedro. From the power sector's perspective and your own jurisdictions, what are the most exciting and promising technologies that you're looking at to meet your goals? And tell us a little bit about why. Why don't we start with you, Ralph?
Sure. So number one is energy efficiency. Ollie talked about steel in the ground. I like programmable thermostats on the wall. I like LED bulbs and sockets. The best way to reduce carbon emissions is to not use the energy that people use. I always love to take a poll when I speak to a group of people. How many folks woke up this morning and said, I can't wait to use a kilowatt hour? None of you. It's amazing. There's always one smart aleck in the group. You know, what you wanted to do this morning is you wanted to make sure that air conditioning was working in this climate. You may want to read a great book tonight by your electric light. So if we can help you do that and use less electricity, that's number one in terms of technology. And the CHIPS Act is going to put on steroids some of the smart technology that will enable that. Number two is preserving the existing base. And for us, that means existing nuclear and advanced nuclear cycles and small modular reactors in the future. And number three, we're excited about the final advent of the hydrogen economy. And we can talk more about that later.
Well, I won't repeat what Ralph said, so let me provide some other technology insights. Storage is really critical, and we have seen already in California how important that's become. With Edison Energy, we've seen that a number of corporate clients are finding it economic and across a number of jurisdictions. But on the storage side, I'm a chemist by training, physical chemist. Ralph is a physicist. I'm excited about the research that the Department of Energy is doing through the national labs and looking at alternative chemistries that might bring us a different curve in terms of the advance that we can make in terms of storage, which will be critical for transportation, will be critical for stationary applications. So that's one. I agree with your points on energy efficiency, nuclear. I say just renewables, right? Continuing to have renewables climb down the cost curve. And so as we see the scale up that the bipartisan bill and the Inflation Reduction Act are going to bring up, that will lead to greater economies of scale in manufacturing. That also then promises to bring good benefit to customers. And then finally, I'd say you asked about the power sector, but I got to do this. I'm going to go beyond the power sector, right? Because carbon reduction, decarbonization, is not just a power sector thing. We really need to optimize across the entire economy. So there's a whole host of end-use technologies that are critical. And transportation is a critical one. And thinking not only about the explosion in new models, which is fantastic, but encouraging the auto industry to also think about the efficiency of those vehicles, which has not been a part of the equation yet. Heat pumps. We have a program in Southern California, Edison, that's proposing to deploy nearly $700 million towards 250,000 heat pumps in our state, in our area. That's important to get that technology climbing its way down the cost curve. And so there are others that I can look at, industrial technologies, but it's really critical that we realize that we're going to need investment across all sectors of the economy, and therefore we're going to need technology development to use clean electricity to decarbonize those sectors.
Thank you both. Our distinguished speakers both talked about environmental justice and equity. So I'd love to take a few minutes and talk about it from your perspectives. How do we ensure, and how do you ensure that the communities you serve, no one is left behind? This is such a critical principle to the clean energy transition. Ralph, I'll start with you, please.
So there's two ways that we pay attention to this issue, and it is wonderful to see it front and center. So in our service territory, which is largely New Jersey, 1 out of every 4 people who live in New Jersey were born in a foreign country. By 2025, New Jersey will be plurality Caucasian, but not majority Caucasian. So the two things that we emphasize are, number one, the hallmark of the utility industry, universal access. We are strong believers that our energy efficiency investments should be deployed at low income, multifamily dwellings, hospitals, government buildings, schools, so that folks who cannot afford the upfront capital costs associated with energy efficient equipment but stand to gain the most from those investments should be served. So that's number one. Number two, quite candidly, even though energy efficiency requires some skill, there are jobs that are easily trainable. So we have focused much of our efforts on non-traditional labor pools in the inner cities where the housing stock is old and needs those improvements. And I believe we have a target of, if I'm not mistaken, 2,000 jobs that we are going to be recruiting for that type of work. I was just checking with my corporate citizenship executive there to make sure I got the number right. So it's making sure that all of our customers have access to energy efficiency, as well as grid-connected solar and grid-connected wind. And number two, making sure that the jobs we create are targeted towards the non-traditional workforce.
Well, similarly, if you look at Southern California, Edison's territory, we have about a third of our residential customers who qualify for low-income assistance. We serve about 40% of the state. We have 46% of its disadvantaged communities. And we have one of the most diverse regions in the country. In addition, when you look at the impacts from climate change, they are affecting those communities disproportionately. So it's really important that our programs really be tilted to those communities who need the most help. If you look at, for example, our $400+ million program for helping deploy passenger vehicle charging equipment, half of that is going to low-income and disadvantaged communities. If you look at our building electrification application that I mentioned earlier, it's about 88% of that is targeted towards the residential market, and with much of it also targeted towards low-income and disadvantaged communities. But I'll say this goes beyond carbon, because when you look at the impacts today, those of you who might know Southern California know that we have the ports of LA and Long Beach. Those account for 40% of the trade coming into the country. Therefore, that means there's a whole lot of trucks picking up stuff in the ports, driving 50 miles out to inland distribution centers, and crossing a whole host of disadvantaged communities and leaving a whole bunch of junk in the air behind. And so, particularly transportation electrification is not just about carbon reduction, but it's also about air quality and improving the health in these communities. So this is co-benefits, right? We get to do multiple things with these programs, but at the end of the day, it's going to help these disadvantaged communities. One last point is that it's not only what we do, but with whom we do it. And so 38% of our procurement is done with or from diverse and small business enterprises. And we're also looking to expand the diversity of our workforce. We have a very diverse company, starting with the board, where 8 out of the 11 of us are diverse in one way or another, gender, racial, ethnic background. Our workforce is also diverse, but we're looking to expand, for example, in the line worker trade, where we've been underrepresented in terms of African American workers, and we have a $1 million scholarship that we've deployed towards helping increase the number of Black and African American line workers who enter the trade. So lots of things that we can all do. We can't do it all alone. We rely on partnerships with the broader business community.
Well, thank you very much, Ralph and Pedro. This really is the decisive decade, the decade to deliver, and you're poised to deliver. So thank you for coming to COP27, and I'll turn it back to Nat. Thank you.
Well, thanks very much, Lisa and Pedro and Ralph, for those insights. So next we'll hear from a set of companies beyond the power sector, representing a range of different industry sectors, to talk about how they are implementing their low-carbon strategies and the role of policy in doing that. So I'd like to invite Brian Wolf, Chief Strategy Officer and Executive Vice President for Public Policy and External Affairs at the Edison Electric Institute, who will moderate the panel and introduce the panelists from GM, Plug, and Trane. So I'd like to invite the next panel to come up, please.
Does this one work?
All right, we're going to juggle these once more. So, good introduction of 3 great leaders with regards to those that really have plans. We're here at Decarbonization Day at COP27, and I just want to be able to get right to the point here and ask each of you, just jump in and answer this one question. How are you really going to catalyze investment in your particular sector with regard to the Inflation Reduction Act? We know what opportunities it really has for our industry. Pedro and Ralph really have a vision for their path to net zero, both of them executing on that vision perfectly. But tell us about your particular industries and what you're doing to really catalyze those investments.
Thank you. Nanette Lockwood, Terrain Technologies. We heat and cool buildings, and we have refrigerated transport. So we use high global warming potential refrigerants. We use a lot of energy in buildings, and so, of course, we are vested in trying to address decarbonization. The one thing that I will say is the Inflation Reduction Act has really helped us because we've been trying to transform our sector since 2014 when we started commercializing low carbon technologies, but we've had to do it without government help. So we have reinvented our business models so that we can move forward and educate customers and try to help them make the right decisions and help them secure benefits that they didn't secure before. So now with the Inflation Reduction Act, we are very excited because we can take those at scale. We're offering heating and cooling as a service, and we're offering decarbonization as a service. Those are things that building owners don't necessarily want to be able to pay for. And so now these incentives and everything else is really going to help us bring that to scale.
Kristen?
Sure. So Kristen Seaman from General Motors. We're really excited, particularly with the new clean energy tax credits and what that's going to do to be able to accelerate this transition to an all-electric future. You know, it starts with customer incentives and really making the transition to an EV more affordable. Very important for us that this transition is inclusive. So we're very focused on offering affordable vehicles across all segments. This certainly helps us do that as well. The second is around tax incentives for battery manufacturing, mineral procurement, et cetera. So again, to really help that transition and help make it strong here in the United States. Third would be around grants. As we transition all of our manufacturing facilities to all electric, we're very excited with what we've already announced. We've announced 4 battery plants in the U.S. We've transitioned a number of our assembly plants already, which really is focused on ensuring we continue to partner too with the UAW. The future of work and job availability in the U.S. is important to us. This transition needs to be equitable. And so those new clean energy tax credits partnered with the large investment that we've already committed, over $35 billion for this transition by 2025, it's really going to get us on that path to all electric much faster.
David?
Yes, David Bowe with Plug. Plug's really excited to really be able to, via the IRA being a serious game changer for our corporation, and clearly for the overall, economy, climate effects, carbon reduction. But what Plug focuses on is really providing what we like to say is that Swiss Army knife, if you will, as a tool to help to decarbonize, and that is hydrogen. So Plug is 100% pure play green hydrogen. It's through the production of hydrogen utilizing electrolyzers, and in that case you're utilizing green power, green electricity, and as efficiently as possible converting that green power into hydrogen and oxygen. And then in addition to that, we're a fuel cell company. So we have the fuel cells to implement and use to then electrify things around the planet. So hydrogen can be used in so many ways to help decarbonize the planet. And the IRA is just a massive game changer to move forward to a lot of us have heard about, quote, a hydrogen economy. So it's a wonderful opportunity, and especially through the PTC or the production tax credit for green hydrogen.
You know, I actually think about when Ralph and Pedro were talking, I actually think about the three pieces of legislation as the trifecta of opportunity for our industry. $111 billion in the infrastructure bill just for our sector. When I think about the CHIPS and Science Act, I think about the semiconductor chips, over 3,000 go in each electric vehicle. Also the grid modernization technologies of the future. And then, of course, IRA, $272 billion in tax credits. But when I think about what's needed for our sector, I think about transmission, siting, and permitting, and getting those resources to the people. What in your sector do you see that's missing? What do you still need aside from this?
So I hate to pick on the utility industry, but I will anyway. So when you think about decarbonizing a building, the majority of what the carbon emissions are related to, especially in operational carbon, is energy. And so we sell products that helped shift energy demand, manage energy efficiency, and really take a whole building look at really being an energy center, because we want a building to really act like a battery for the grid. We want it to talk to the grid, but we also need to understand what the emissions profile hour by hour is on the grid. And that's something we don't have today. We get ours from a third-party provider, and we've got a commitment to reduce our customers' emissions by 1 billion metric tons by 2030. That's a lot, and it's all local emissions. So we have to understand what that is, because as a building owner, I want to make sure that they get what they're paying for. If they want us to decarbonize, we truly need to understand what that is to give them what they want.
So for us, it's probably two things. First would be the charging infrastructure. People need to be able to see that in their everyday life, they can live in an EV world. And that's extremely important. We talked about on the earlier panel, communities that traditionally have maybe been left behind or more affected, by climate change. So to ensure there's not charging deserts, customers need to be able to see they can go cross country and not have to worry about where they're going to charge. So again, working together to solve that. I mean, General Motors has committed to over $750 million for charging infrastructure with partnerships with companies like Flying J and Pilot to be able to see it across those major thoroughfares. We're working with our dealerships our dealers know our communities better than we can. And so to be able to provide and decide where those charging stations should be is very important. And then I'll tag on a little bit on the utilities and decarbonizing the grid. If we really want to achieve General Motors' visions of zero crashes, zero emissions, zero congestion, we have to charge our vehicles with green energy. So again, we're doing our part. We've committed in the U.S. In fact, we announced about a week and a half ago that we've secured all of the agreements to reach our goal of 100% renewable energy in the U.S. by 2025. So we're doing everything we can, but we have to do it together. We can't do it alone. So working together with the governments, private sector, utilities, et cetera, is really how we're going to be successful.
Yeah, certainly the grid is something that would help electrify our production, having green power on the grid to electrify the production of hydrogen via our electrolysis. But really, I think another next game changer, and this is something that we got very good at almost 100 years ago via the Industrial Revolution, and that's moving fossil fuels. Well, hydrogen is not unlike natural gas in the sense that it can move through a pipeline and move around the United States. So we can move that. We have another means of moving energy, of stored energy via pipelines. So being able to, one, move the permitting process to an easier, more sophisticated and efficient manner so we can tie into where large-scale hydrogen is being produced, and then tap into and likely repurpose a lot of existing pipelines that are already out there. So just speeding up that permitting process so we can really start rolling out green hydrogen across the United States.
All right. Well, I want to thank these three business leaders. I think that it's, you've heard proof here. We have a galvanized business community, no doubt about that. So Nat, we'll turn it back over to you.
Well, thanks very much to thanks very much to Nanette and Brian and David and Kristen. So I think we've had a terrific set of panels. Thanks so much to all the panelists. Thanks as well to Ali and Senator Cardin, who I know have both had to take off. I'm just going to wrap us up with a few things that I think that I heard as well. Four takeaways that I want us to leave with. The first is we heard that there's reason to celebrate, reason to be hopeful, because we are making progress on policy. I think we all knew that coming in, but I love the message that Ali gave us about the reasons to be hopeful about the work that's yet to be done. And as Senator Cardin reminded us, there is more to be done, there's more policy to do, and there's more implementation to be done, but we should be really glad with what we've got. The second piece is that this is the decisive decade for delivery. We now have a third alliterative D. And I love what Ali said and what Ralph added. That means, what does delivery mean? That means steel in the ground, but a thermostat on the wall. So it means both building things and putting in those supply chains, but also being more efficient with what we've got. And I think we heard a lot about how the policies that we've just put in place can help with that decade of delivery. The third point is just the range of technologies we're going to need. We heard a lot about the power sector. We heard a lot about conventional, renewables, wind and solar, but we also heard about the need for nuclear, advanced nuclear, storage, for hydrogen, fuel cells, electric vehicles, a whole range of technologies that we'll need to make that net zero transition. And then I think the final thing we heard was the importance of centering people and communities in this transition. A lot about jobs in the workforce, but also about equitable access for every community for the technologies we're talking about, and the need to make sure that the benefits flow down to low income and disadvantaged and the most vulnerable communities amongst us. So I think those 4 points maybe leave us with something to think about as we get down to the hard work of delivering on this decisive decade and to taking advantage of the policy wins that we've seen in the last several months. So with that, I'll wrap us up, and thanks very much to you all for attending.
Hello, and thank you for coming to the U.S. Center. Our next event will start very shortly at 4 p.m. Conservative Solutions to Global Climate Challenge, a robust U.S. energy, climate, and conservation agenda. And again, that'll start very, very shortly here at the U.S. Center at 4 p.m. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the U.S. Center. Our next event, Conservative Solutions to Global Climate Challenge, a robust U.S. energy, climate, and conservation agenda will start very soon, so please take your seats. Hello, everyone. May you please take your seats, please. And thank you for coming to the U.S. Center. Our event, Conservative Solutions to Global Climate Challenge, a robust U.S. energy, climate, and conservation agenda, will start now. It's my pleasure to introduce to the stage Rich Powell, CEO of ClearPath and co-chair of the Conservative Climate Foundation, Heather Reams, president of the Citizens for Responsible Energy Solutions Forum and co-chair of the Conservative Climate Foundation, Congressman John Curtis of the state of Utah, Congressman Garrett Graves of the state of Louisiana, Congressman Dan Crenshaw of the state of Texas, and Congresswoman Marinette Miller Meeks of the state of Iowa. Marinette Miller Meeks of the state of Iowa. I'd also like to introduce in the front row Congressman Tim Walberg of the state of Michigan and Congressman Greg Murphy of the state of North Carolina.
Good evening and good morning to those of you watching in the U.S. I'm Rich Powell, co-chair of the Conservative Climate Foundation and CEO of ClearPath, the sponsoring organization of this event. It's an honor to be here in Sharm for COP27, the United Nations Climate Conference, and thank you to the U.S. State Department for hosting us here in the U.S. Pavilion for this event. Before I turn things over to my colleague from CCF, Heather Reams, and members of CCF's delegation attending COP27, I want to share why I think this particular event is so interesting. Too often, climate debates in Washington and here at COP are based on false choices. Renewables versus fossils, economy versus environment, 100% global emissions reductions versus inaction in our own nations. One political party versus another. The truth is, no nation, government, or business will achieve climate goals and see economic success unless we eliminate those false choices and leverage all energy resources on the table. And that's what this delegation here is talking about today. Look, global economic inflation, high gas and electricity prices, unrest in Eastern Europe, and global supply chain chaos are realities we all face this year. Combined, there is an ongoing global energy crisis. Yet, we are incredibly optimistic. We're optimistic for the new congressional leadership in Washington. And most importantly, we're optimistic for the policy path the lawmakers here will discuss today. The policy proposals you'll soon hear about would not only put us on a path to a stronger economy in the U.S., but they think globally about climate change and how to reduce global emissions. The U.S. has made world-leading absolute emissions reductions in the last decade, and our share of global emissions are trending down from 14 to 12.5% of the global total. We believe the policy framework they are laying out will equip other nations with access to cleaner technologies to repeat America's decarbonization story, even as they develop their own economies. If we eliminate false choices and unleash American resources, we can solve the climate challenge and support a healthy global economy. I'd now like to introduce Heather Reams, co-chair of the Conservative Climate Foundation.
Much shorter.
Thank you, Rich. I'm Heather Reams, co-chair of the Conservative Climate Foundation and president of Citizens for Responsible Energy Solutions, known as CREST Forum. We're a nonprofit organization based in the U.S., and we educate policymakers and the public about durable, conservative solutions for our nation's energy, economic, and environmental security. In short, we recognize that our climate challenges and seek durable, long-term policies to address climate change. Based on the U.S. elections on Tuesday, Republicans look poised to become the majority party in the U.S. House of Representatives. There is great interest, especially here at COP, as to what that means for energy and climate policy in the United States. You'll be hearing from some of those members from Congress today. There is consensus across the American political spectrum on the need for addressing climate change. However, there are differences of perspective on what American policies will be most effective to reduce domestic and global emissions while also advancing broader economic and security interests of America and our allies. The United States is rapidly reducing its domestic emissions, and it's time to translate that success globally. Leveraging American success requires our continued leadership in developing and deploying innovative clean energy technologies. To maximize efforts to reduce emissions, global emissions, these technologies need to be affordable and exportable for all economies. Reducing global emissions also necessitates American leadership in producing and exporting energy resources, manufactured goods, and commodities. We must take full advantage of the fact that American producers are among the most carbon efficient in the world. Therefore, addressing climate change requires policies that accelerate American production, not policies that constrain it. In fact, restraining efficient producers, especially when global demand for low-carbon solutions is increasing, will only perpetuate the growth of global emissions. Today, we will hear about a uniquely American approach, reducing global emissions and mitigating climate change while prioritizing lower energy costs and energy security. It is built around what America does best: innovate, produce, and lead. And it focuses on what is necessary to mitigate climate change, affordably reducing global emissions. We are fortunate to have several members of Congress here today. Many are part of the Conservative Climate Caucus. Several are also members of the House Republican Leadership Energy, Climate, and Conservation Task Force. All are Republican voices who will be shaping the Congressional energy and climate agenda next year. It is my pleasure to introduce Congressman Garrett Graves of Louisiana, who is the ranking member of the Select Committee on the Climate Crisis and lead for the House Republicans' Energy, Climate, and Conservation Task Force. From the task force, he has spearheaded the development of a 6-part strategy to tackle the ongoing energy crisis and the global climate problem that was released earlier this year. Congressman.
Thanks, Heather. Hey, thanks and good afternoon. Appreciate you all being here. First of all, I think that there are 3 things that we all need to be thinking about as we plot a course forward in regard to energy, security, and emissions. Number 1 is recognizing the fact that the United States has led the world in reducing emissions, not 1 year or 2 years, but over about a 17-year history. And as a matter of fact, during the previous administration, emissions went down an average of 2.5% a year, yet the abrupt changes we've seen in energy technology and energy policy over the last 18 months, we've actually seen emissions go up, not go down. We've watched energy affordability become out of reach for many Americans, which brings me to the second point. I think that there are a lot of lessons learned that we can extract from other countries, whether it be in Europe or even within our own country, within the state of California and some New England states that have tried to move in a more aggressive direction, resulting in, I think, some outcomes that are not positive. And I think the last thing is that we've got to stay clearly focused on energy affordability and not forcing our citizens into energy poverty by forcing technologies that are not exportable. There are 5 principles that we must adhere to as we move forward. The first of which I've highlighted 3 times already. It's the affordability of energy. It's absolutely critical. Secondly is reliable energy technologies. The third one is clean energy technologies or clean energy solutions. The fourth one is exportable energy, and the fifth one is ensuring that we have secure supply chains. As we've moved forward in the United States, and we've tried to force ourselves in a direction where you force the uptake of renewable energy technology, today, 1 in every 4 Americans, 1 in every 4 are having to choose among food, medicine, or covering energy costs, which includes gasoline and utility costs. 1 in every 4. We've seen over the last several months where 1 in every 5 Americans have actually had to skip paying utility bills. This is what happens whenever you're not paying attention to facts, science, and data. In this case, the Department of Energy has projected that we're going to have a 50% growth in global energy demand. 50% growth in global energy demand. We need to be looking holistically in the United States and globally, looking at the resources that are available, determining how we're going to meet that growing energy demand, and recognizing that you are going to have extraordinary growth in all technology sectors, meaning wind and solar, wave and geothermal, nuclear and hydro, hydrogen, as well as oil and gas. And if we're going to be increasing global demand of oil and gas, we must ensure that the extraction, the exploration, and production activities are occurring in places where we have the lowest emissions per unit of energy, which largely is in the United States and the Gulf of Mexico. And so it's critical, let me say this again, that we're following science, that we're following facts, and we're following data. And we're applying lessons learned from other countries and states that have tried to move forward, forcing technologies that are not ready, that are not deployable, that are not affordable, that are not exportable, because we can see what happens when you do that. The state of California, for example, twice the electricity rates of my home state of Louisiana, 8th worst emissions growth in America, most dependent state upon foreign energy, least reliable grid in the nation. Why in the world would we want to force these outcomes on other states or force these outcomes on other countries? These are failed approaches that refuse to recognize what science, what data, what reality is projecting. So I won't go through and repeat these, but I want to be clear. We have a crystal clear approach on how we're going to move forward using these 6 items behind me, how we're going to move forward in deploying reliable, affordable, clean, exportable, and secure energy supplies, and making sure that the United States continues to lead the world in reducing emissions. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Congressman Graves, for your leadership on this issue. I'm now going to turn to Congressman John Curtis from Utah. Congressman Curtis has been at the forefront and is a leading Republican voice on climate change. 2 years ago, he founded the Conservative Climate Caucus in the United States House of Representatives. It only took a few months for the caucus's membership to grow to more than 75 members, so it's now the second largest caucus of Republicans in D.C., including a number of the senior leaders who are very likely to run committees of jurisdiction come January. And I'm pleased to hand things over now to John Curtis.
Thank you, Rich. Thank you to my colleagues. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Let me tell you just a little bit about Utah so you can understand the Conservative Climate Caucus. My district in Utah, if you haven't been there, I'm going to invite all of you here to come see me. It's one of the most beautiful districts in the world. If you've heard of Moab, Arches National Park, Bears Ears, all the ski resorts are in my district. Yet it has a dynamic that some people find surprising. I have what's called an R+39 district. Now, if you don't understand that number, it simply means I have a 39% advantage over my Democratic opponent in the election. It's very, very conservative. This district has a unique characteristic that I think all conservatives share. They care deeply about the land that we inherit from our fathers and our mothers. They care deeply about leaving it better than they found it. Yet, ironically, we've been branded as not caring about the environment. Why? Because we push back on the litmus test and the extremism of ideas that take the head off to fix the headache. So as a young Republican member of Congress, when I went to Washington, D.C., I was really bothered by this reputation because I knew Utahns were the best environmentalists in the world. They just hated being called environmentalists because of the connotation. And I could tell my colleagues in Washington wanted to talk about this too, but in many ways didn't know how to talk in an environment where there was so much extremism about the ideas. So we came up with the idea of forming a caucus. In Washington, a lot of things work and organize themselves around a caucus. Well, what would we call it? If we called it We Care, nobody would pay attention to us. If we called it anything but climate, with climate in the word, nobody would pay attention to us. But we wanted the word conservative in there to show that we were different, that we had different ideas and we had important solutions. So we formed the Conservative Climate Caucus. And as Rich mentioned, within a few months, it quickly became the second largest Republican caucus in Washington, D.C. Does anybody here, would they have made me a bet 2 years ago that if we formed a caucus called Conservative Climate Caucus, it would be the second largest Republican caucus? It shows you, Rich knew, Heather knew, it shows you how much interest there is among Republicans in engaging in this debate. Now, a couple of points. Without Republicans engaging in this debate, we will not make the progress we need to make as a country. Any significant accomplishment in the United States has been bipartisan. The ideas, not only that, the ideas that Republicans bring to the table are essential to meeting the goals that we all have for a better environment. Most often we hear from a lot of our Democratic colleagues, we want to reach these goals, but we don't quite know how we're going to do it. We don't have the innovation to do it. I think Republicans know how to fill those gaps and bring very, very important ideas to the table. And you'll hear this caucus moving forward and growing in the future. It dovetails very nicely with what Garrett Graves has done with the 6 pillars. Our mission is to make sure every Republican understands those 6 pillars and knows how to legislate to move them forward. So it's a delight to be here with you and represent the caucus and all 75 members. And I'm going to predict, Rich, when we come back next year, we are the largest Republican caucus in Washington, D.C.
Very clear goal. Very clear goal. Let's hope that's true. So thank you both very much for your leadership on this. Before we get to wider Q&A, I'm just going to ask a quick question for each of the members here. I'm going to start with Representative Dan Crenshaw from Texas. Representative Crenshaw, actions and policies to deal with climate change obviously can't only be viewed domestically. There are geopolitical consequences that come from domestic choices in energy and climate policy, whether it's control of the supply of minerals, energy resources, production of goods, developing and manufacturing innovative technologies such as advanced nuclear. There are geopolitical consequences that come with these outcomes. Can you talk about those geopolitical opportunities and risks and what's at stake in getting these policies right and getting them wrong?
Absolutely, and thanks, Rich. Thanks for everybody for being here and listening. I mean, you're seeing some of the geopolitical consequences now in Europe. I think that's pretty obvious to everyone. There might have been a much bolder response to the Russians from Europe as a whole if they weren't completely reliant on Russia for natural gas. And how did they even get to that point? Well, you get to that point, it's not as if there's no resources inside Europe. You get to that point by misguided policies in the first place that are obsessive in nature, almost very ideological in nature. Very, very singular solution oriented. And what I'm talking about is what I call the deification of solar and wind only solutions. So Germany spends $500 billion in their own sort of Green New Deal, and look where they're at. Burning biomass, which they call carbon neutral, which I do not agree with, but mostly reliant on Russian natural gas. That's a problem, and so that's a problem for your geopolitics in general, because if you're going to define your geopolitics, it might be your standing vis-a-vis other nations, and whether or not you are dependent on others for your own well-being, whether or not your prosperity depends on other countries. And so we don't want that. And right now we're in that situation, especially we're in that situation if we go along with the deification of solar and wind only solutions, because 70% of solar panels are made in China. The vast majority of processing for rare earth minerals is in China. China is not friendly to us. They're the world's biggest emitter, and I don't care what kind of rhetoric they say, they have no intentions of decreasing those emissions. And so what are we going to do about that? Well, conservative solutions are surrounding things like, let's have better regulation and permitting processes in America, because we actually have those resources, and maybe we should process that. They should be honest also about the carbon footprint of the Chinese processing these things, sending them across the ocean to the United States, and then saying it's carbon free when it's not. A more honest conversation, I think, is what we're after, because look, we're going to bring this back 30,000 feet, and prosperity is the goal, and energy security is the goal, and clean energy is the goal. And I would define energy security as energy that works when you want it to at a reliable price that you can predict. That would be energy security. And so you need to have that, right? For prosperity, you need to have that. If prosperity is our goal, which I think it is. And so as policymakers, we have to look at the problem and then make an honest assessment on whether or not the solutions to the problem have a higher cost than the problem itself. And that has turned out to be true in places like California, as Garrett mentioned. It's turned out to be true in Europe. We're complaining about our energy prices. Have you seen Europe's utility bills? They're out of control. They're completely unaffordable. And so the cost of action has turned out to be far higher than the cost of the problem itself. And that's just if you believe the UN's report, which I would assume everyone at this conference does, which says that we have about a 4.5% cost to our global GDP by the year 2100 because of climate change. That's from what it otherwise would be. Now that's not nothing, but it's pretty close to nothing. And we better not have a higher cost for our solutions than the problem itself. We better have rational environmentalism instead of radical environmentalism. Radical environmentalism will send us down a path of poverty and despair and probably higher emissions in the end too. So we want to do it smarter, and I think that's what Garrett and John are leading so well.
Thanks very much. Congressman Marionette Miller-Meeks from the great state of Iowa, I'm going to come to you next. This agenda includes a focus on agriculture and conservation, including natural solutions to sequester emissions. Iowa is obviously a leading agricultural state and has seen tremendous efficiency gains in production. And now innovative precision farming has created the opportunity to make agricultural production in the United States even more efficient and less carbon intensive. This is very important given that the demand for agricultural commodities, especially amidst a world food crisis, is expected to increase more than 15% in the next decade. Your policy efforts include other natural climate solutions, such as the Trillion Trees Initiative and utilizing forests and unproductive farmland. Why is the value of American agriculture part of the solution to reducing global emissions?
Well, as you said, Iowa is an agricultural state, so 25% of our GDP is from agriculture. And agriculture is part of the solution to reducing emissions and also affordable energy solutions, including liquid fuels. So certainly the Trillion Trees Initiative, which Representative Bruce Westerman championed, we know that trees sequester carbon. It's a great source to sequester carbon. We also know that plants inspire or take in carbon dioxide and release oxygen. So in Iowa and other agricultural economies are looking at ways that you can enhance agriculture. You can use less fertilizer, yes, pesticide, less fungicide, but still have a high crop yield, because we know that the demand globally for food and food products and food commodities is very high. So precision agriculture is something that is very much in vogue in Iowa. Also reducing fungicides, having crops that are modified so that they're drought resistant. We also have biochar, have put forth a bill in Congress for a biochar institute to study biochar. For those that don't know what biochar is a product that can come from wood. It can come from the residue or the stover of any organic product. High temperature, high heat, reduces down to carbon, almost like a charcoal product, but you can plant it into the soil, either marginal soil or topsoil, or if you have a no-till agricultural landmass, but it helps with soil quality, water filtration, improves the microbiomes within the soil, and it helps with improved marginal soil quality as well. So when you look at what we're doing in the agricultural space, it has a huge contribution. And then the flip side of that coin is energy production. So not only on conservation, but on energy production. So we do ethanol, biodiesel. We use manure from livestock production to go back into energy sources. And also the heat that's generated from digesters goes back in, so you have a closed loop system. And I think we have some people here that are using that closed loop system. But then we also have the residue, not just the corn kernel or a soybean, but but you have the residue, the stover that can go into compressed natural gas and can go into biodiesel. And I've seen some of those displays here today. So it's really amazing what the agricultural sector is doing to, number one, reduce carbon emissions, number two, replenish soil water quality, but then also their contribution to providing liquid fuels as well as food for the globe.
Clearly huge opportunity there. Congressman Curtis, I'm going to come back to you. You've all talked about unleashing American resources. And so whether that's lower carbon fossil fuels or critical minerals could be a significant part of the solution, both domestically and as an export. And yet you're sometimes challenged for being, continuing to be a supporter of oil and gas. How do you square these things? And how do you think about unleashing American resources as a big part of the climate solution?
I learned a new term just now from Congressman Crenshaw, and it was the deifying of wind and solar. So if on one hand we're deifying wind and solar, on the other hand we're demonizing fossil fuels. And I think we need to decide as a world, do we hate greenhouse gas emissions or do we hate fossil fuels? It's not the same thing. Congressman Graves, to my left, mentioned how much the U.S. has reduced our greenhouse gas emissions. We did that with the fossil fuel. And you can imagine, now I represent a county, and I love to talk about this. This county is called Carbon County. What do you suppose they do in Carbon County, right? They mine coal and they have a coal burning plant. You can imagine how they feel when we demonize fossil fuels and then our leaders hop on a plane and go to our enemies and ask them to produce more fossil fuels. And you can see the hypocrisy, and they see the hypocrisy. They see the hypocrisy of all of us here who fly here on jets and use fossil fuels and talk about being green, right? They see that. And yet these are the very people who I think can lead us in an energy revolution, a clean energy revolution. These are the very people who for decades and decades and decades sacrificed their health and their safety so that we could go to the wall and flip a switch and have the lights come on, or turn a knob and be 70 degrees in the winter. These are bright people. They're smart, and they want to innovate, and they want to become part of the green future. Why are we knocking the knees out from underneath them? The second thing is, in this Carbon County that I mentioned, underneath the surface, they have all this coal. Well, guess what? They also have these critical minerals. They would love to transition off of coal to critical minerals, and yet 90% of their land, think about this, 90% of their land is owned by the federal government and has been put off limits for gathering those critical minerals by our federal government. Once again, they see the hypocrisy in that as we turn overseas and go to conditions that are less safe, less clean to mine these very minerals. So, of course, we want to talk about using U.S. resources. At the same time, we need to challenge the U.S. industries to be cleaner, to be more efficient in the things that they do, to come up with new techniques and new innovations. And I'm willing to bet on them that they can do that and help us meet our goals.
Thanks very much. Congressman Graves, I'm going to come back to you one more time. You cut your teeth in Louisiana, running the Coastal Commission, very ably. In the past year, America has seen hurricanes, ice storms, wildfires, and flooding. Louisiana is obviously no stranger to those natural disasters, and that's been a big part of your career, helping the state adjust to those. Your plan recognizes the importance of building resilient communities and hardening critical infrastructure. You've made that a part of the task force agenda. Can you explain why you've baked in resilience as a priority and how you'd prioritize that in policy next year?
Sure. So look, first of all, I'm going to say this over and over again. We've got to use more science, not less. We've got to use more science. And we've clearly seen as communities have developed closer to the coast, they've developed closer to our forest than others, and you've seen additional trends or changing trends in regard to severe weather events. Just in my home state in recent years, we've had a 1,000-year flood, 500-year flood, 500-year flood, 250-year flood. Either I'm older than I look or something's wrong. And so we've got to make investments. There have been various studies that have shown that for every $1 you invest, you get $4 in cost savings, $10 in cost savings, or I believe you use the right criteria, even higher. So this is all about what some folks refer to as resilience, what others refer to as adaptation. This is about making investments in communities where you have vulnerabilities and making sure that these communities are resilient enough to withstand these storms or these disaster events, and make sure that we're not continuing to come in to put the pieces back together, continuing to come in and spend these billions of dollars. So it's all about making targeted investments of millions of dollars rather than extraordinary investments of billions of dollars in the aftermath of a disaster. At the same time, events like Hurricane Katrina losing 1,500 of our brothers, sisters, cousins, neighbors, mothers, fathers, and others in our community. So that's what that's about, and it's all about following the science and making targeted investments.
Great, really helpful. The one pillar that we haven't talked about as much is your innovation pillar. In the past 6 years, since 2017, when Republicans took control, there's been historic increases in clean energy R&D funding, and the Energy Act of 2020, which you all led, has a Manhattan Project scale investment in clean energy innovation. I wonder if I go down the line and give each of you 1 minute, we'll do a lightning round here, and this will be the last annoying question for me. What's one priority you think we should really advance in clean energy innovation in the next Congress? And I'm going to start on the far end and start, that was a surprise. I'm going to start with Representative Miller Meeks.
Well, Iowa did have a nuclear power plant which closed down 2 years ago, so I would say investments in fourth, fifth, small generation nuclear reactors, not only for the United States, but also for developing countries to give them cleaner sources of energy to develop their economies.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. I mean, I would go broader and say invest in denser energy. Energy that is dense and small and affordable. And so nuclear is definitely that. Gas is that. Coal is that. But coal isn't clean. So invest in nuclear. I think there's a lot of other innovations that are really interesting on the energy front, whether it's in hydrogen or even just some of the materials building that we see here in these exhibits. I think is really interesting. But I'm very skeptical of less energy dense forms of production like solar, like wind, like battery power that require massive amounts of excavation of earth to make them. Because rare earth minerals, well, they're not that rare, but they do require a ton of earth to even extract them at all. Moving away from that, moving away from over-subsidizing that, because that receives about 250 times more subsidies than nuclear does, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. So we need to, I think, level the playing field in what kind of tax credits we give and what kind of technologies we fund and focus on energy-dense production.
I'm going to redefine your question a little bit, but just make note that the United States spends more money on energy research and development than the rest of the world combined. And I think that we've got one of the things that we need to do with our energy research program is we need to be more strategic about what the goals are rather than having 1,500 loosely affiliated stovepipes. Ensure that we truly are establishing goals, have a strategic R&D plan. And then secondly, I want to kind of make note of both what John and Dan said. John very appropriately made note. The target here that we're trying to attack is the emissions. It's not the energy source. And I think that our research and development needs to be focused on the types of energy resources that each country has. And in the United States, one of those is oil and gas, 30 times the energy density of the next closest renewable. So one of the things we ought to be doing is not attacking oil and gas, but be attacking the emissions associated with it to where it can be indistinguishable from other renewable energy technologies, to where it can be an arrow in the quiver as we try to address our objectives of energy affordability, reliability, cleanliness, exportability, and security of supply chain. Over.
Okay, I'm gonna pick right up where he left off because I was thinking direct air capture, carbon sequestration, storage, etc. Look, if all countries that are here do everything they can to reduce emissions, we still have countries that are not here that are not reducing their emissions. We've got to get to the point where we can pull carbon out of the air if we're going to meet our goals. So I'd like to see us go big: direct air capture, carbon sequestration, nuclear, fusion, hydrogen.
Anything else?
Well, I'm going to bet. I'll make all of you a bet here. When we sit on this stage in the year 2050, we're going to look back, and there's going to be an innovation that has come along that we're not even thinking of today that's going to play an important role. And that's why good old innovation is so important, and that's where the U.S. is really strong.
Really strong. And again, the investments that you all have made and the moonshot programs that were established as part of the Energy Act, do establish those major technology demonstration goals for everything you just discussed. Of course, we now have to get that done, but the law was a great start, and the funding was a great start. So thank you for that. We're now going to go to questions from the audience. We've got a couple folks already in the queue. We're going to start with Frank Jordans from the Associated Press, who is maybe back there. Frank, can we get you a mic? Great.
Thanks, that was unexpected. I'd like to ask you whether you're seeing a shift at the moment among conservatives when it comes to the issue of climate change, whether, let's say, the position that climate change isn't happening is being pushed back amid the reality of the extreme weather events that we've seen in the last few years. And perhaps that's one of the reasons why your caucus is seeing such growth in numbers.
Yeah, a couple of points. The shift might be more dramatic in how we're talking about it than how we feel about it. And I think that's evident in the Conservative Climate Caucus, where we had so many members jump in. I think they're getting more comfortable talking about it and realizing we do have ideas and we have nothing to hide from. I also think that part of the problem with the climate movement is the litmus test. And what I mean by the litmus test is the climate changing and has man influenced it? That's a litmus test. And I'm not sure if you're familiar with timeshares, but if you've ever been to a timeshare presentation where somebody's trying to sell you something that you know that you don't want to buy, and they ask you, Mr. Curtis, do you love your family? You often will say no, because you know they're going to try to sell you something. And I think Republicans feel that same way about that question. It's not so much the question, it's what comes next. And so I would say we've always cared deeply about the earth. We've always had solutions, but I think we're doing a better job of being articulated about it.
Can I say something too? I mean, I think what conservatives were naturally reacting to was hyper-alarmism. Again, I distinguish between radical environmentalism and rational environmentalism. Radical environmentalism is what we mostly see, and that perpetuates solutions that are damn right scary and foolish. That's what people are reacting to. They're saying the world's going to end. They're saying we're on fire. Also attributing weather events to climate change when there's no science to back that up. So what I think we've been very successful in doing over the last few years is saying, okay, fine, let's actually have the conversation. Let's look at the science. Let's look at the UN's report. It doesn't say what the headlines say. That's a key thing to remember. There's a cost. There's problems that we should deal with and that we have an interest in mitigating. There's conservation efforts that we have an interest in perpetuating, absolutely. But let's not lie to our children and scare them to death and tell them they're going to burn alive because of this, because that is not what it says. That's not what the UN report says. And I think if we approach it with rational environmentalism, where we all start to agree that we want clean air, clean water, better conservation, and cleaner energy, we can all be on the same page. But let's not lie about it.
Next, we're going to go to, I'll come back in just a second. Next, we're going to go to Max Bayrock from the New York Times. Still have Max? Anywhere? No? Gone? Okay. All right, well, then I'm going, let's see. Next, I'm going to go to Ruth from NPR. Still have Ruth? You okay? Okay, great. Well, then next, I'm going to go to Madeline Lepere from Citizens Climate Lobby.
Thank you very much. And my thanks, first of all, to all of you for being here and coming after a grueling campaign in the U.S. midterms and hopping on that plane. I deeply appreciate it. You've added to the breadth of discussion, each one of you, and that's what the COP is all about, is bringing people from everywhere with lots of thoughts on this. Representative Graves, you spoke about the importance of bipartisanship and stronger solutions coming from it. So my question to all of you is, where do you see the path forward between Republicans and Democrats in the next Congress? In the same way that the parties here are trying to find agreement, where can you reach and they reach for you?
Yeah, thanks. So first of all, I think when you start talking about the term climate change or global warming, as Congressman Crenshaw just noted, I think that means different things to different people. And I think that's what causes, to some degree, the polarization that you see. I think what's most important is that we instead take this into bite-sized pieces. Let's talk about things like redesigning the grid to be able to handle distributed generation from some of the concentrated generation systems are largely based upon today. Let's talk about investments in resilience. Let's talk about concepts like conservation or energy efficiency, where you actually reduce the cost of energy consumption for residential or commercial consumers, bringing down the cost of building products in your country, therefore improving competitiveness. Look, there are many, many things when you begin breaking this up in bite-sized pieces where we're all on the same page. I think what it also does, as Congressman Crenshaw mentioned, is that when you begin breaking things up in bite-sized pieces, you find the solutions that are actually cost-effective versus those that simply don't make sense and result in us sort of causing perverse incentives or perverse economics to where you don't achieve an objective, and I can't state this enough, that's really critical in any solution. Our solutions have to be both economically sustainable and environmentally sustainable. It is the only way they're going to transcend the politics of going from one administration to another. Otherwise, you're just going to have this situation where the Biden administration inflates subsidies, then the DeSantis administration or whoever comes in and takes them away. And
get clipped.
And all right, who is it?
You heard it here.
We heard the prediction just now. There it is.
Whoever it is. But it's a really dangerous trajectory because you're taking away that predictability or certainty that all of the businesses are looking for in order to know how to invest.
All right, we now have to wrap this session. I am going to do one last bit of fun, one last lightning round going down the line. If you all have one, maybe two, at most 3 sentences that you'd like everyone to take away as a final message from this, what would those be? 1, maybe 2, maybe 3. I'm giving you extra time to frame up your sentences. I'll start on this end, to be fair, this time. So we'll start with Representative Curtis.
Okay, this is very easy. We can have energy independence, we can have low, affordable, reliable prices, and we can reduce emissions.
The United States has led the world in reducing emissions over the last 17 years. We've reduced emissions more than the next 7 emissions-reducing countries combined. We're not asking you to make a 180. We're asking you to double and triple down on the solutions that have worked. Once again, economically sustainable and environmentally sustainable.
I'm going to add to that. I can't do it in 3 sentences. Sorry. But I am from Houston, so I haven't even said the words oil and gas yet. But, there's an interesting study out there. If you let our industry do whatever they needed to do, our gas industry, let them build the pipelines they need, let them build the export terminals they need, they could probably quadruple production, exports in the next 10 years. What would that do? What would be the equivalent? If then our U.S. government made a point of making sure that gas was displacing carbon-heavy coal, what would happen? It would be the equivalent of giving every American solar panels, giving every American a Tesla, and doubling our wind capacity. That's the equivalent in carbon reductions of doing something like that. That's how we have to be thinking about this. And by the way, that's very economically sustainable.
We all want to leave a cleaner, healthier planet for our children and our grandchildren, and to do so in a way that is affordable and provides increased energy demands for individuals throughout the world and allows us in the United States to compete in a global economic climate.
Very well done. Very well done. Well, so I want to thank all of the members, including our other members, Congressman Murphy, Congressman Wahlberg, from the caucus and from the delegation. I want to thank my co-chair at the Conservative Climate Foundation, Heather Reams, and I want to thank the U.S. Department of State for facilitating this discussion today. Thank you all so much for coming.
Thank you all for coming to the U.S. Center. We will be live streaming President Biden's remarks here at the U.S. Center at 5:15. He won't be here, but we will live stream his talk at 5:15 here at the U.S. Center. Thank you.